We're good? All right, we're trying one more time. We seem to be having some technical difficulties here. Trav, can you see us on? You can. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is Sean the Koi Guy Rosen coming to you from Koi Market. Sorry, my mind is in a weird place this morning. Welcome to Koi Market headquarters, 539 Deer Park Avenue, Dix Hills, New York. This is episode 56 of the Koi Market Koi live stream. In these live streams, we love to talk about things that are happening with the store. We go through everything, and you know what? Let me start over. My mind is it's weird. It's cold. It's 10 degrees outside. I can't think straight. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show. How many people are on? Seven people are on. We're coming to you live from 539 Deer Park Avenue, Dix Hills, New York, and we are at Koi Markets. We're going to talk about a bunch of things today. One of the things we're going to talk about is what's happening at the store. We actually had a crazy windstorm here last night. Not only was it freezing cold, but the wind swept through. We got the roof done. The end of the roof peak is still open, and wind swept in, and it literally pulled out one of the panels on the roof, and it pulled out one of the panels because it wasn't fully screwed in. The frames weren't screwed in, so we have to fix that. Unfortunately, it caused some damage to that plastic, and we're probably not going to be able to reuse it. But I wanted to show you guys what has been going on at the store. Today is raffle day. If you guys bought a raffle, the raffle is now over. You cannot purchase any more raffles for this raffle. This is for the female Nisai AKAMUJI pearl. Really excited. This fish was, really a gorgeous fish, and everyone was excited to have this as a raffle fish. We are deciding on what the next raffle fish is, but before we do that, we are going to do our raffle today. I'm not sure exactly what time we're going to do that raffle. I have to, we're not going to wait till the end because we go so long. I don't want everyone to wait. If you're just on for the raffle, I don't want you'd have to wait that long. So we'll probably start out with some fish, and then we'll do the raffle. And but first things first, let's come on over here. You can see over to my right is a pile of gravel. This is the gravel that we've been laying out. This is a 3/4 crushed bluestone, and we've actually covered the whole property with it. We still have the rest of the driveway to do. The problem is when it came in in frozen giant chunks, and it was just too cold to work with. So we're going to hold off until next week, and it's supposed to warm up again next week, and hopefully that all defrosts. It's way too cold to work outside. This is dangerous weather, and guys, stay inside. Oh no, look, the hanging thing broke off. Unless someone took it down, it looks like it broke off. We're looking around and seeing if anything else was damaged on the property. It was like hurricane winds coming through here. When I drove home last night, you see those videos where box trucks and 18-wheelers flip over from the wind. That's what it felt like. It really felt like there was something that was going to happen. You could see cars swerving all over the road, and it was very dangerous. I'm not sure if you guys had the same weather where you were, but here it was very dangerous. But welcome to the show. If you're just joining, I'm Sean the Koi Guy Rosen, and we welcome you guys to the show. We're happy you're joining us. We want you to ask questions. This is the time to do it. So please feel free to ask questions. Say what you want to say. Ask us questions about filtration, koi, ponds. We want to talk about it. Go ahead. You got a question? Where's your glasses? Oh, my glasses. Travis. My truck's right there. I'm going to grab my glasses. Thank you very much. I keep forgetting to put them on. Now I got my glasses. Thank you for reminding me. As a new glasses wearer, I'm constantly forgetting to put them on. So thank you for reminding me. Who was that?
Michael and Spring.
Oh, thank you guys. Good morning. So again, it's raffle day, so we're going to talk about raffle day. So, but before we do all that stuff, let's take a look at what everything looks like. So come on over here, Michael. Yeah, unfortunately, you can see a couple of pieces that are missing, but the roof is on. And as of yesterday, the roof was completed, but that wind came through the edge at the end of the store and just, I mean, it was like a hurricane, and it literally swooped in and pushed that last panel out, which is not a good thing. Sent photos to the contractor, and they were actually supposed to be working today. So I can't have them working in the freezing cold. I don't want them to be in harm's way. So, and they obviously don't want to be working in this, so they didn't come in today. But let's go this way. You can see we have bluestone laid down, and it's amazing how it changes the way everything looks. And you can just take a look down the aisle here, and you can see just visually it looks so much better. You know, it's just nice and clean, and I can't wait to finish off the driveway. And we're coming up with ideas on what we're going to do here. I think over here we're going to do probably water features coming down this whole area here. You know, it's interesting that gravel is not wet, but why is that a different color right there? Huh? Yeah. So we're going to do lots of fountains, and everything is going to go on this side over here. I think we're going to do some kind of pondless water feature over on this side. We can do something more permanent on this side. This side, I need to make sure that I can get a vehicle through here, so whatever we put here, I want to be able to move. You can come on in the store. I know you guys have seen this before, but now we have a roof, so it's pretty freaking cool. I'm very excited about it. If you want to look around, Michael, you know, you guys may not get as excited about this as I, but like this is a big deal for me. You know, our old store, my old store, and guys, I started this in my backyard. So my original store was a stack of shelving, and I had a couple of products on it, and we had all the tanks in the backyard. And that was my original store. The store in Huntington was about, I would say this is 25 feet wide. So it was probably, I think it was 23 by maybe 25 was the size of the store. So the whole store was this right here, and that was it. Now take a look at what we have here. The store is huge. Great big open space. Here's the wood for the shelving here. This is wood that I actually got from Suburban when they closed. This is super thick wood, and I'm gonna try and have a guy that's gonna come in. Maybe he can actually cut these down and cut them in half, just so we can get some more out of this wood to do the shelving over here. And we have a plan in place for the whole reception area. We met with them last week to do a really nice reception point of sale area. And then we have this whole area over here to work with. So we're pretty excited about that. Yes? Questions. I love questions.
From Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
Can we keep jumbo koi in ponds with plants and rocks? All the ponds I see with nice fish are just plain with minor filter. So,
listen, having big koi in a pond with plants, usually, and you know, I've gone to various ponds where aquatic plants have been just fine. Water lilies and lotus and other floating plants, and there's just an abundance of it. But if you have a lot of fish and you're not, I mean, if you're feeding them and they're not starving, I think they have the plants have a better chance of not getting eaten. If they can't dig into the pots, which you have to make sure, or however you have the plants situated, they can't dig into them and dig them up, the plants definitely have a better chance of success. We do have one of my customers we actually built this pond. It's about 15,000 gallons. What we did was we built some shelves to hold the plants, and the pots are even the water lily pots are only about an inch or so below water level. and that stopped the fish from digging into the plants, and the plants were able to survive. And he does have water lilies around the perimeter because of that, and he has a lot of fish in the pond, and they do survive. So it is something that is possible. Not always possible, but it depends on the situation, but it is possible. Any other questions? But a good question to ask. When the season starts, we look forward to talking about a lot of this stuff too. So we'll actually pick subjects to talk about and do some edutainment. We'll call it edutainment or education during the show. So the show will start out with some edutainment or education, and we'll go from that into talking about the store, and then we'll go from that into doing fish. So the store, it's interesting. The show started out probably, we were like, should we do like a half-hour show, and then the half hour went into an hour, and then that 1 hour is now turned into anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, and we have no problem doing it. We love doing it. So, but we got a question? Hey, Scott.
What's going on with Big Pond Project?
Big Pond Project. So the Big Pond Project is obviously on hold because it's winter. We finished everything except for the filtration and the lighting. So we still have to finish the lighting as well. But the filtration, as soon as it warms up and it's not cold, it's not too cold for us to actually be gluing plumbing, we'll continue with that, and we'll show that pond off. It's pretty ridiculous. The customer actually continued to add as we were building the pond. Continued to add and make changes to it, and we were happy to oblige. We made some planting bogs on the sides much bigger. We went from a 6-foot high waterfall to an 8-foot high waterfall, and now the top waterfall is 12 feet high. He just kept going bigger and bigger. We added a shed to the back. We actually changed the structure because the waterfall got so big, we were actually going to do cinder block walls like this behind the waterfall. And because the weight and the height got so large, we actually used, it's called Mafia block here. So you can go to any masonry store and ask for a Mafia block, and you get these massive 2-foot high by 3-foot wide blocks. So we actually put a huge footing down, and we did, how many did we went 6 high. We went 6 high on the Mafia block, 25 or 30 feet long. And it's this massive, massive wall. And then we had to, once we built that wall, then we had to cover the wall because the customer didn't want to see the wall. So we had to build this massive stone in front of this wall, and then we had to put it on top of the wall because he could, from this top window, he could still see the top of the wall. So we had to place stone on top of that, and then we added another huge waterfall area to the right of the waterfall that we were already doing. So the project expanded quite a bit along the way. I will show that to you in the spring. While the guys are doing their spring openings, we'll be also working on that filtration to get it done. That's the plan anyway. We actually just started working on our calendar for spring openings. Like I said earlier in the show, that might have actually been in the previous, we actually tried to start the show twice, and the first time we had a technical issue. We actually had some customers contact us in the last week to actually get scheduled for spring openings now. But, as history keeps repeating itself, we always end up like this, where it gets warmer and warmer, everyone starts thinking about it, and then suddenly we get a cold bout. And this is usually the coldest time of the year, is the February and early March time frame, as we lead into spring. It is getting really cold, so I say let's head on into the big koi house. Let's see what's going on in there. Good morning, Tom. I love having a new gravel here. Very happy that this is here. Looks great. We had a change of plans. for how we're doing the Baki showers in here. So the original plan was to have the Baki showers on the back, and the coping is not done yet. The coping is actually, there's been a delay in the getting the coping in. They're now saying it'll be in this week. So hopefully by the next show you'll actually see the coping on here. But the original plan, and you can see on the inside here, we have dual bottom drains, and we have a skimmer in each of these tanks. And these are dual 6,000 gallon tanks. What you see here, these are the dividers that we custom make. We wrap them with netting, and they divide this into sections. So we'll have bottom drains in each section. In this house, and we'll eventually get to the other house, I had a skimmer in one corner, but one of the issues that we ended up having is because it's segmented, it doesn't get to skim in every section. So we're going to redesign the skimmers so that we have a skimmer coming up in each section. And we're going to start with this house, and then once we do that, we sell off some of the fish we have in there, and we can lower the water down and work on it. We'll do that side. It's a little hard now because it's filled with fish. But the Baki showers are supposed to go on the backs of these and then spill forwards. And unfortunately, the greenhouse is just, we tried to make it so that we could fit everything in, and we tried to move the tanks as far enough away from the walls that we thought we would be okay with the height of the Baki showers. And actually this side's okay. This side is a little bit too close to the wall. So we decided that we were going to put the Baki showers on the backs. But if you take a look straight ahead, walking into this room, because the garage door will be open in season, you can see the waterfalls from all these Baki showers. Is still pretty cool looking visual. So you'll walk in here and you'll see these two going, and the one in the back here. We're going to set up some nice chairs here so you can hang out and relax and check out the fish. And it is what it is. Like I said, I didn't want to put these on the ends, but that's just where they ended up. And it's still I think it still looks pretty cool. We'll still get good circulation because we have the bottom drains in two areas in the bottom of the pond. And it is what it is. Any questions about this stuff, please don't hesitate to ask. We do have the Baki showers that are going to be for sale on the website soon. If you guys are looking for Baki showers, I do have a few left. I have not put another order in, just quite honestly, because we have so many things we're spending money on right now. I just can't. I have to prioritize where we purchase stuff. So I haven't bought another round of Baki showers yet, but I do have some left. I know Tara took one. We sold the 260s. We sold 2 of the 38s, and I still have 2 more 38-inch Baki showers, and I have 4 of the 28-inch Baki showers left. I don't have the pricing in front of me. If Michael can check his phone. If you guys want pricing, I'll let you know. But we're going to keep walking through. Probably get to the Koi a little quicker and the RAFFLE a little bit quicker this time around. If you guys haven't seen our Baki showers, we custom designed them. What was that? Even the smallest one is designed with a dual spray bar. And we do this so that we get the best coverage of water. Rather than have one spray bar kind of spraying that way, we do it this way so that we have 2 spray bars and no loss of flow, because it goes through a 2-inch tee into 2 2-inch spray bars. Works out really well. Very happy with the way it flows. And everyone that we've built has the same thing. We'll have more 60s again, in the future. And when we do the 60s, we actually did all 3-inch. You can see here. Yeah. This is the 3-inch version, and we still went. So even on the 3-inch version, you can see how we split it up. So we split into a 3-inch tee into two 2-inch spray bars. Yes.
James Hogan.
Hi, James.
Can you explain the benefits of a Baki shower along with normal filtration?
So the Baki shower is providing additional surface area. Okay. So thank you. Michael reminded me. I have to remember to repeat the question. So James' question is, what is the benefit of having the Baki shower? Now, these Baki showers have a waterfall on them, so they're really more suitable for sitting on the edge of a pond. There is another style of Baki shower that you can use that has pipes on the front of it, so you can actually connect pipes to it and have it at a distance. But the question of what the benefit is a really good question. The key to success with a pond is making sure you have enough bio. Okay, your nitrous ammonium and nitrobacter bacteria, which remove the ammonia and nitrite that's created by the fish. Bio will live on any surface area in the pond. You have a biofilm over everything in the pond. There's a lot of question about about aquascape and having gravel on the bottom of the pond. Well, the one thing that the gravel does do is provide a surface area for all that beneficial bacteria to grow. So that biofilm grows on everything. So any rock you have in the pond, any surface you have in the pond will have biofilm that grows on it. And it's all biofilm that houses the nitrous ammonium and nitrobacter bacteria that will remove that ammonia nitrite. With a Baki shower, it provides a huge house. This is a bacteria house. Okay, this is where your bacteria live. You need to send clean water to this, but with the tiered drops, it does an amazing job of oxygenating and providing oxygen to that beneficial bacteria as it drops from tier to tier. And all the surface area that's provided by the media is the house for that bacteria. So really good question, and I hope that I answered that as clearly as possible for you. Any other questions? Okay. So we're going to go this way. Maybe locked. It's possible it might be locked. It is locked. We'll go back that way and walk around because we want to walk in the cold.
Spring says, big shout out to Sean and Michael for the emergency help on the fly yesterday.
Sure.
When Koi Market gives their number, they always have answered, and I've been patient and helped them.
So guys, just so you know, and Spring mentions that she had an issue with a fish that she has in a tank, and she needed some help. You guys can always reach us. You have an issue going on with your ponds. There are some guys that even charge for information. We don't charge for information. We're always trying to make sure we're there for you. If you have an issue, you want to talk about filtration, you want to talk about fish, you want to talk about designing your pond, you want to talk about anything to do with anything going on with your fish that you're concerned about, give us a call. We're happy to help. If we can't answer you, we'll get an answer for you eventually. But most times we can answer, but sometimes we don't have all the answers and we have to look it up. But we're here to help. So you can always reach me at 516-547-0164. All right. Let's keep going. So, can't wait to get this going. The idea here is we do have a shipment coming in. The idea is actually to have this up and running in the next couple of weeks. We have another question.
If you had a choice, would you install a bead filter off of the shower?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my whole setup, and I'm going to show you, is a bead filter going into a shower. Bead filter is great to have before a Baki shower because it's going to do a really good job cleaning the water, mechanically removing the solids that go into the filter before they go out and back into the pond. So very important. And I'm a bead filter guy, guys. If you guys don't know that, we're probably one of the largest bead filter installers in the country. Question?
Why is it important to pre-filter the water before the Baki shower?
So good question. So the question is, why is it important? You know, next time we do the show, I'll have the media here, and I'm going to have some of the Baki shower set up for you so you can see them. But why is it important to make sure that the water is clean before it goes to the Baki shower? Is because you don't want to clog the pores of the media with the solids, because then that removes surface area that the beneficial bacteria would be using to grow and live.
Aren't they an eyesore sitting outside a pond?
And that's why you usually don't see them. So the question is, or the comment is, aren't they an eyesore? And I will tell you with 100% certainty, they are an eyesore. Visually, I mean, for something like this, a setup like this, they work great. Visually, for an organic style pond, which is what most people have, they don't belong. Visually, they need to, you know, they hinder your view. They're unsightly, and it's the reason why you don't see them is because they just don't look very nice. There are ways to hide them. You can't hide a waterfall designed Baki shower. This is a Baki shower that's has a waterfall built into it, so the water gravity feeds out of that and needs to drop right back in. They do make and will custom make the same thing, a version that has pipes on the front of it, and you can connect the pipe to a Fernco. Now, obviously, the water is still gravity fed out, so the pipes would all still have to, if it's multiple pipes or however you're going to design it, those pipes would still have to graduate down on a decline towards the pond, and you then have to hide that plumbing somehow. So your Baki showers here, you can have shrubs or stone or whatever here. The plumbing goes underneath and makes its way to the pond. There are ways to do it. And they're fairly, simple ways to do it. I mean, not simple as far as labor is concerned. The labor to do it is to do it, and this is a big part of it, is doing it right. You want it to look good. But if you have a formal pond, you can certainly build a Baki shower into the formal pond sitting on the edge. You can put it on the edge. I actually have a customer, one of my customers, Bob, has asked us to put one of these at the edge of the pond, and so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to build, it is an organic designed, organically shaped pond, but we're going to have to build some kind of base at the edge, and we're going to sit this on the side, and that's what he wants, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, any other questions regarding that? But so let me continue. The most important thing, the benefit to this, you want to grow out your fish. And guys, this is an important thing to talk about, is growing out your fish. Everyone wants to have big fish, okay? But you can throw tons of food at your fish, and they're going to get bigger. But your filtration system needs to be able to handle it. The most important part of any pond is your filtration system. Anyone can make a pond look good, but if your filtration system can't sustain the pond and can't sustain your goals, and your goals probably are going to be to grow out your fish really big, then you need to rethink your design. It's really important that your filtration system, your filtration, your circulation, and your aeration can keep up with the demands of what your pond needs. The bigger the fish are, the more waste they create. The more waste they create, the more bio you need to handle the waste that's created by the fish. Okay, you want your fish, you can sustain your fish by feeding them once a day. But if you want to grow your fish out, you need to feed them 3 times a day or more to get them to the size that you want to get them to. But if you're going to feed them more, the filter needs to be able to handle that waste. Okay? If it can't handle the waste, you're basically creating a toxic environment for your fish. They're basically going to be swimming around in their waste. For all intents and purposes, this is a toilet bowl. Okay? In a proper setting, it can stay clean. In an improper setting, and you can kind of use it. I like to use the analogy calories in, calories out. If you eat too many calories, you look like this. You look like a fat guy. If you eat the right amount of calories, you exercise properly, then you look like Michael. You guys can't see Michael, but Michael is in much better shape than everyone else. So it's the same thing when it comes to fish. Okay, you can feed them a lot. If your filter can handle it, then you're in good shape. If your filter can't handle it, the fish are going to end up getting sick and they're going to die.
So Patricia is asking,
Hi.
can you put bead filter media in a filtering waterfall weir?
Can you put bead filter media in a filtering waterfall weir?
That's basically it.
So there's different types of setups. The media that you have, and to understand how a bead filter works, a bead filter needs floating media, okay? And the reason why it needs floating media is because unlike a sand filter like a swimming pool, which is downflow, a bead filter is actually upflow, okay? So the media, so if you just picture a bead filter, a filter body, okay? The top, you're going to fill that with media 3/4 of the way. Okay, when you put that water in, those 3/4 of media are going to be up here, and then you're going to have that other quarter down the bottom is empty. Okay, it's just water down there, and it's clear. Okay, that media is designed to float. A moving bed media is what we would call more of a semi-buoyant, and it's designed more for what you're talking about, which would be an open vessel, and you're going to put oxygen in that, and the water is going to turn. You wouldn't. Could you use the small media? You could, but I wouldn't. Could you use a K1 or K3 media, which is from Evolution Aqua? Can you use a moving bed style media? Absolutely. What I would be very cautious of whenever you're doing an open vessel and you have a media in it, you need to make sure that that media can't end up in the pond. All right, that we've seen too many times where customers have created a setup where, for whatever reason, something got backed up and that media ended up coming over the water feature and ending up all over the pond. So you have to be careful about how you set that up. But moving beds are common. I've experimented with moving beds for years, and it wasn't for me. But that doesn't mean that they don't work. There are a lot of moving beds out there. There's a lot of moving bed designs out there. Eric Triplett has the Helix design. There's various they call it combi setup, which would have like a drum filter that leads to, or a sieve that leads to a moving bed, and the moving bed would then gravity out to wherever you wanted the water to go to, or it could be pump fed out afterwards. There are various designs for that. Question.
Michael Adrian.
Hi, Michael.
I still have a string algae problem. It is an ongoing problem, probably due to me trying to throw out my koi this past season with heavy feeding. Does barley straw extract really work towards eradicating the algae?
Yeah, so barley straw extract does work. One of the things that's happened here in New York, and we are seeing a string algae issue. Travis has been going out to customers. Travis, you've been seeing string algae?
Not everywhere. But
Not everywhere.
A couple places.
But we are seeing an abundance of string algae issues this season because of the warmer weather and organics that may be in the ponds. It is fairly common, but using barley straw or barley straw extract. I'm sure you've seen bales of barley that are sold in stores. They do sell an extract, which basically removes the need to put a bale of barley in there. And what happens is, in the case of barley, it will slowly break down and release basically a natural peroxide into the water, which will actually kill off the algae. And it's the same thing with the extract, and it does work. There are a few ways to kill string algae. One of them is the main way is obviously making sure you're doing plenty of water changes and not allowing these organics to break down, which becomes the food source for the algae to grow. And we see a much bigger abundance of this in the wintertime because our systems aren't running. Filters aren't running for most of us because they get shut down. So that organic matter is breaking down. And it is becoming that food source for the algae to grow, and the fish aren't eating. I'll answer your next question in a second. The fish aren't eating; they're lying dormant on the bottom, So there's nothing really removing that food source. Once the fish wake up, they'll actually start to eat some of that string algae. But as the water stays cold, they're just going to hang out on the bottom.
2 follow-ups to that same question.
Yes.
What do you think of microglyph barley extract with peat?
What do I think of? I think that all these companies are making a barley straw extract. As far as I'm aware, they're all pretty much the same product. I don't know the product with peat versus just barley straw extract. I don't know what difference that makes. I would have to talk to Carolyn about that at Microglyph to ask her that question. There are various companies that make it. We sell crystal clear barley at the store. We've used Microglyph in the past. I've seen Microglyph's product. There are a couple of other companies that also make it. It's a product that can work. What I would advise is when you do get into the season, guys, I'm not a huge believer in cold water bacteria. Your water needs to be at a certain temperature for that bacteria to take off. That being said, there may, and I would have to be shown, I'm not saying it doesn't work, but I would have to be shown that a beneficial bacteria can really work in the cooler water. Adding beneficial bacteria on a routine basis during the season is very important, along with aeration. Aeration is the key to success. So you have your aeration, which is going to feed oxygen to the beneficial bacteria. We use a dry bacteria. You can use dry bacteria or a liquid bacteria. We prefer the dry bacteria, but that's entirely up to you.
Another follow-up: do you need to increase aeration when doing barley straw?
Do you need to increase? I mean,
I don't think so.
I don't believe so. I don't believe that it's a product that can cause a lot of harm to the pond. There are other products like algicides which will remove oxygen from the water, which you want to make sure that you have aeration. But I don't believe that. And I'd have to.
Into water and oxygen.
Yeah, Michael was just explaining. Peroxide turns into water and oxygen, so I don't believe it's a product that you'd have to worry about.
I have now a follow-up to the waterfall weir.
Yes.
She says, I have the black balls that have holes in it now with fiber pads over that, so it can't get above the
Okay,
pads
good.
to get into the pond.
And that's good. I mean, you may want to figure out how you can get some aeration into that as well, so the aeration, if you could put a diffuser in there that will actually provide oxygen to the beneficial bacteria that are housed on that media. Just take an air diffuser and stick it in there, or I don't know. You could put a bulkhead on the side and have the aeration coming through that way, or however you want to do it. And then your filter media, your mats will hold that media in place, and it'll be turning on the inside. Any other questions? No. I'm like excited because we're staying warm in here in the koi house. And we actually put the heat on just a little bit in here so that we could work in here and not freeze our asses off. So by next week we'll have all this will be segmented. The nets will be in. The skimmers will actually be in place. I do have Baki shower media coming in on Thursday. I know that a couple of you guys were waiting for us to get that media in so you could buy the showers. I know the customer that picked up the 60s is waiting on that. I also picked up some skimmers from the same company that we get that from. So, all right, let's keep going. Yes.
So, Mulvin,
Hi, Michelle.
so the waterfall from a waterfall is not enough air for the bacteria?
No. So this is a really good question. This is something we talk about all the time. So Michelle's question is the waterfall enough oxygen? Will the waterfall provide enough oxygen for your pond? And I'm going to tell you wholeheartedly, 100%, the answer is no. Your waterfall provides, let's say, surface oxygen. So it's not that it's not providing, and every drop that you have in it will actually, turn the water. And when that's actually when the oxygen gets introduced to the water, is when the water is turning. So when it's splashing, the bubbles that are created, the turning that happens, is what draws the oxygen into the water. And it's funny, when you have an aerator that's creating bubbles in the water, and those bubbles are coming up, it's what's happening when it hits the surface and it turns the surface of the water and draws the water, and that draws in that oxygen. That's what's really important there. So a waterfall provides what we call surface oxygen. An aerator that will actually destratify the pond. So when you have your air diffuser sitting at the bottom of the pond, it'll take the low oxygen water from the bottom of the pond and mix it along the way with the high oxygen water at the top of the pond. So it'll actually draw it in. So super, super important that you have an aerator in the pond. And if you have a skimmer in your pond, it's all about circulation. So your skimmer is here, your waterfall is here. You want to make sure that your aeration is over here by the waterfall so it doesn't block debris and everything else from getting to the skimmer. So you want to keep it either underneath the waterfall or to the left and right sides. Contrary to what you believe about how the waterfall would push debris, is when the waterfall comes in, it'll actually draw towards it. So it's actually going to pull debris towards the waterfall rather than push it away. So having the aerator underneath will actually help to push it towards your skimmer and get that debris out of the water. But really good question. Oh, and in the winter time, so aeration does a lot of things, guys. Let's just talk about that for a second. And we've talked about this before, but aeration provides oxygen for your pond. So it gives oxygen to your fish, but it also gives oxygen to your beneficial bacteria, and that's your nitrifying bacteria, your nitrosomonas and nitrobacter bacteria that remove the ammonium nitrite from the pond, as well as your sludge-eating bacteria that break down. So if you have a gravel bottom pond, having aeration in your pond is super, super important because you have a lot of debris that's collecting in between the rocks, and you want to be able to feed oxygen to that to break that down. But you need aeration no matter what. But if you have a rock bottom pond especially, you have to make sure that you have strong aeration. So it provides oxygen to your nitrifying bacteria. It provides oxygen to your sludge-eating bacteria. It creates current and flow, so we just discussed that. So placing it in the right place means a lot because you want to actually utilize the turbulence that it creates at the surface to push debris in a direction. So you never want to put an aerator right in front of a skimmer because it'll block debris from getting to it. So you need to actually utilize the fact that it's pushing debris to help guide and circulate towards where you want that debris to go. So having it underneath the waterfall to the left or right sides will really help that. It destratifies the pond, as I said before, which is to take that low oxygen water from the bottom of the pond and mix it with the high oxygen water at the top of the pond. Okay, and in the wintertime, the added benefit is that it will degas the pond. Okay, so what we do in regular seasons, we keep that aerator at the bottom. In the winter, we want to move it up to about a foot below the surface. And the reason why we do that, and this kind of leads into what I was just saying before about degassing, the reason why we do that is your fish are dropping down to the bottom where it's warmest. Geothermally, the earth is heating the pond to an extent. So your fish are staying at the bottom where it's warmest. Excuse me. And so you don't want to take that cold air from above from an aerator and send it all the way down to the bottom because you'll supercool the whole pond. So if you have an aerated bottom drain, disconnect your aeration from that bottom drain and set up a separate line just going over the side of the pond so you can set it at the height you want. We usually do about a foot below the surface. That way it will keep a hole in the ice and degas the pond. What's happening to the pond in the wintertime is any leaves, debris, fish waste, dead fish, God forbid, but dead fish, anything that's in the pond will break down. If the pond freezes over, the gases that form from this debris breaking down will get trapped under the ice and will actually kill your fish. A de-icer can keep a hole in the ice, but it's not going to really degas your pond like an aerator does, which is why we don't really push de-icers. I'm okay to use a de-icer if you're going to use a de-icer in combination with maybe you have a small aerator and the aerator is really not strong enough to keep that hole in the ice. Have a de-icer with the aerator right under it, and the two of them in combination will keep a hole in the ice. One of the other issues that I have with de-icers is if you get a heavy snow with a de-icer, it'll actually create an ice dome over the de-icer and negate everything that you're trying to do, which is keeping a hole in the ice. So, yes. Any other questions?
I have a follow-up from Michelle.
Yeah.
She says, I have 2 air bottom drains. Just wondering if I need to add additional air to a waterfall box.
You have 2 aerated bottom drains. So it's important that you have these aerated bottom drains. You should not be running those aerated bottom drains in the winter. Should you be running more? I don't know what size aeration system you have or what size pond you have, or how many fish you have in the pond.
Going back to what you said about putting an aerator in the waterfall box.
No, I get that. I get that. So the question is, should you also have aeration added to your waterfall box? I mean, you certainly could. I don't think it would ever hurt to have an airline running to your waterfall box where beneficial bacteria are living and you're trying to grow out to remove your waste. I would never say no to doing that. Do you have to do it? As long as you are providing enough oxygen to the rest of the pond, then you should be okay.
Suzanne Jones is asking, what brand or device do you recommend for aeration?
All right, so this is a really good question. There's a couple of things here. I mean, it's not only the air pump, but it's also the delivery system and how it actually goes to, from point A to point B. I always, no matter what, guys, whatever brand of aerator you're using, I try and avoid the little 1/8 air hose because it's not pushing enough water, it's not pushing enough oxygen through or air through, and it can very easily get kinked. And you're not going to know that it's getting kinked. I mean, you'll see that the aerator's not moving as much. I don't like using air stones. And the reason it's not that they don't work, but they do get clogged very easily, and then getting them unclogged, you might as well just throw them away. I prefer to use a rubber membrane instead. Now, the rubber membrane has its problems too. You need a good, strong aerator in order to push that air through. So at a minimum, we always use a 3/8 inch hose. I like to use, there's a couple of companies that make 3/8 hose. There's only one company that I found that makes 3/8, and it's weighted hose. There's only one company that I found that doesn't, where the hose doesn't break down from UV light, and that's from Air Max. I've looked at every brand of 3/8 hose because we handle a lot of customers here on Long Island. So we get to use products and see how they perform in the field. And every 3/8 hose, weighted hose company out there, except for Air Max, has had a product where the UV light would break it down in about a year, and it would actually become crispy, and you can actually snap it in your hands. From all the time we'll go and we'll clean out a pond, and you will come across someone. All you have to do is touch it, and it snaps. And they're like, "Oh man, I got to go and change the whole line now," because you can't even put anything else, touch anything to it, because it just splits. Air Max's 3/8 hose is UV protected, so it works really well. And then we use so the aerators that I sell here at the store. We have Aquascape. So Aquascape makes 40. I think we use their 40. I don't think we use the other ones. We do have Atlantic's Typhoon aerators. We also the 1800 and the 3600, which is equal to a 30 LPM, that's liter per minute, and a 60 LPM. And my go-to aeration system is a Mito. Mito is a Japanese brand, and it's the only linear piston. So it doesn't have a diaphragm. It has the only linear piston air pump on the market. There is no other company that makes them. And they work phenomenal, and they last a really long time. They run 7-8 years without a problem. Diaphragms, get dried out, and you'll get less and less air over time. The linear piston, it is a much more expensive unit than the other brands. But Mito, and guys, if you want a Mito air pump, I sell them, but we sell a lot of them. The Mito is the best. Mito comes in a 28 LPM, 45, 60, 80, 100, a 120, a 200, and they actually have a new one, which I just heard about, which was, I think it's a 220 or a 250. So, yeah.
And Kalia.
What was his name? Kalita. Huh?
Kalia, the battery.
Okay. So I thought you were mentioning someone's name. Okay, so we also sell Hylia, and I may be making this up how you say it, but I'm going to say Hylia. We sell a dial-a-flow battery-powered aerator, and we're probably one of the only ones in the country that sell this. And it goes from anywhere from a couple of LPM liters per minute all the way up to 60. And you just have to dial up or down how much air you want to flow. It will, you have it plugged in all the time, and if you lose power, it will automatically go on. And it can last from 8 to 24 hours, depending on how high you have that setting. Everyone should have one of these. You should all have one with your medicine cabinet of products to take care of your fish. God forbid you lose power, and we've all lost power in the past. All you have to do is turn that on. Is have that, it'll automatically go on.
So James Hogan says that's one of the reasons why I have a pump at the bottom to circulate the pond.
So James is saying that he has a pump at the bottom to circulate the pond, and that's fine. Having a jet of any kind in the pond is important. Having it at the bottom of the pond, so the further down you go, the heavier the water is, the harder it is for that water to get pushed. But having a jet at the bottom, if it's working for you, then great. If you have it closer to the surface, and guys, using the pool industry as the example, the pool industry has been building pools with jets for the last 75 years. However long they've been making pools, they've been doing jets, and the jets in a swimming pool are anywhere from 6 inches to a foot in depth below the surface of the water. And they're aimed up at the surface, and when they're aimed up at the surface, they're creating current, and that current will actually help to move the water around. Having it down at the bottom definitely can work, depending on what power of pump you're using. So either way, whether you're using a specific style of jet, or you have a pump, or you have an external pump that's pushing your jets, or you have a pump that's sitting at the bottom, moving that, and basically what's going to happen there with that circulation is you're getting rid of what we call dead zones in the pond. Those dead zones are where the fish are swimming and everything's great, and then they swim into a dead zone where there's very little oxygen. And that happens quite a lot, and it's in areas of the pond that don't have any circulation. So we come across this all the time where a customer had a pond built, and the pond builder made a whole bunch of little areas, little spots in the pond where it looks really cool, but there's no circulation there because the water doesn't properly flow around it. Those are all dead zones, and those dead zones will all the sediment, all the solids in the pond, the leaves and debris will end up sitting in there in those areas and break down, and all that becomes nutrient food source for algae to grow, and it's all dead zones for lack of oxygen.
So Suzanne Allison says, I know it may be
Hi, Suzanne.
early, but what about the 109 temperatures in the summer?
I know it may be early, but what about the okay? So you're talking about when the temperatures get really high, what happens? So there's a lot more oxygen in the cooler water than there is in the warmer water. So it's super, super, super important that, one, your pond is not in full sun. If it isn't full sun, you have some shady areas. And two, you have aeration that's going to be able to provide that oxygen that's going to lack in the warmer water. So we get calls, we get a lot of calls about unfortunately about fish dying, especially in the hot weather. You have to have a properly sized aeration system for the amount of fish that you have in the pond. It's super, super important. And you need to make sure that their aerator is running. It is early to be talking about aeration in the summertime, but it's a good conversation to have. Aeration is the most important thing to have in your ponds. Okay, we come across ponds all the time that don't have an aerator in them. It is the most important piece of equipment to have in your pond is an aeration system. If your filter goes down, if your pump goes down, your aerator is still providing oxygen to your fish, still providing oxygen to the inhabitants of your pond.
So James Hogan says that's why I recommend a dissolved oxygen meter for everybody.
So definitely having a DO meter is important if you're able to get one. I don't know if we don't have any right now, but yeah. Yeah.
Jim Leopold says I have a pump pushing up water to the surface and an aerator pushing up level of the pump. has a nice dome over it, and the aerator has a nice open area.
I love it. I think it's a great idea. Anytime you can have things like this, it's only going to help your pond, guys. So having jets in your pond, important. Having aeration, important. Having the jets work along with the aeration, great idea. Having the water pushing up to the surface so it's breaking the surface, and the aeration as part of that churning back in is a great idea. It can only help. You okay, Trev?
Victor McClain is
Hi, Victor.
Watch super saturation, rare possibility of too much in cold waters.
I've never seen an issue with that. The only time I've ever heard of issues with aeration problems is when using a venturi. And a venturi can actually create some serious health risks with the fish. And I don't know, venturis are a tech that hasn't been used in a really long time. But it can actually cause some problems. And maybe someone else that's on here can explain the problems that they have. But super saturation as far as oxygen, I've never seen it as an issue. I'm not saying it can't be an issue, but if you're mentioning it, please give us more information about it.
David Maines is asking, has there been an increase in koi food costs this year like last year?
David, there is an increase in everything. The only thing that hasn't increased right now is the oxygen that we breathe. There's been an increase in everything. There's not a product that I sell in my store that hasn't had an increase. And there's not a product that I sell in my store that didn't have 3 to 4 increases through 2021 and 2022. In fact, normally when we get pricing from a distributor or a manufacturer, we get a pricing change once in a season. Pricing increases have happened so often over the last 2 years that we constantly, on a monthly basis, have to go back and check with the manufacturers and the distributors for every product that we sell to see if there's been a price increase, because it can be a big problem. So we're advertising X price, and then we find out that it's $20 higher. Well, that's whatever profit we actually do make. We don't make a big profit on that stuff, is lost. So it does happen a lot, and it's a big issue for all of us, especially in an expensive hobby like this.
Suzanne Jones.
Hi, Suzanne.
What is the recommended LPM aeration ratio for water volume?
So that's a really good question, and it has a lot to do with the depth of your pond, the amount of fish that you have in your pond. I recommend a minimum of a 40 LPM air pump, especially with a heavy fish load in anything from 1,000 gallons to 2,000 gallons. Going up beyond a 2,000 gallon, a minimum of a 60 LPM air pump. I also find that in our environment in New York, anything less than a 30 LPM air pump really has trouble struggling to keep a hole in the ice. So it's really important to keep an eye on that. But fish load is a big factor here. Depth of the pond is also a big factor. Because the depth of the pond will have an effect on how much oxygen or how much air gets through. Any other questions? Really good questions, guys. Excellent questions, and thank you for asking them. This is probably the most questions we've answered in quite a bit, but I think it's important to ask this stuff, and that's why we do these shows, is so that we can talk about this stuff. It's not just about selling fish. It's about talking about the hobby that we love. It's about talking about fish. It's about talking about ponds and pond design and filtration and all that kind of stuff. Everything like that. I mean, finding a girlfriend for Michael. All sorts of good stuff. Which, by the way, Michael's single. So if you know of anyone that may want to meet Michael, let us know. 516-547-0164. All right. Michael is still wearing his full mask. It's actually about 70 degrees in here right now.
It's supposed to be 50.
It's supposed to be 50?
It's not 70 degrees in here. It's way colder than that.
All right. Well, I exaggerate. I'm a fat guy. So it feels hotter for me than it does for them. It's funny. I actually got 2 customers that contacted me, because I always say, I'm a really big fat guy. And 2 customers actually contacted me after to say, Sean, you're not fat at all. I hide it really well. Anyway, question.
So Bang is asking, are Baki showers necessary for all ponds?
No, I mean, Baki showers are not necessary for all ponds. We have Baki showers in our setups because we have heavy fish loads in our tanks. So we want to make sure that we can provide the surface area that's needed for the amount of bacteria to handle our fish load. Travis is laughing at something.
Because Tim Dorn
Tim Dorn apparently said something funny. You have to tell me what he said.
My cousin Billy wants to meet him.
Oh, would you like to meet Billy? He said no, but thank you. Michael's keeping quiet. So Michael's he is looking for a female. So in the 20 to probably in the 20 to 25 age range. If you guys want pictures of Michael, we'll send you some pictures of him. Just again, 516-547-0164. Anyway, so you guys want to talk about koi? You want to do raffles? What do you want to do? You tell me. You want to do the raffle? You guys want to do the raffle? Did you find a bucket? Okay, cool. All right, so we had a decent amount of entrants for the raffle. Let's go into the other koi house.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Before we move into the raffle, what's your experience with UV lights? Do you use them for your store and install?
I do use UV lights. I love UV lights. I install UVs on every single build that we do. Without a UV light, the pond will turn green. Can it naturally take care of itself? Absolutely. If you have a proper setup and you're depending on how much sunlight you get on the pond, also depending on a whole bunch of other factors. I mean, there are scenarios where you're not going to have green water issues, but guys, for my customers, the goal is to have a crystal clear pond. So do I use UV lights? Absolutely. Do I sell a lot of UV lights at the store? Absolutely. My go-to brand for UV lights is the Metalla stainless steel. Metalla makes a 75 watt, a 150 watt, and a 300 watt, and I install that brand religiously on my customers' ponds. The bulbs are a 75 watt high output bulb. And guys, if you're doing UVs, I like to always use a high output bulb versus a regular bulb. It definitely has a lot more to it. That was the right. So I definitely like to use the high output bulb. Is it an expensive unit? Yes. But I like to use the 75, 150s, and 300s because I like to have a lot of turnover, and I like to run the system directly through the UV rather than split it into having it just in one area of the output of the filter. Anyway, go ahead.
Scott also asked, automatic dosing systems.
So, dosing systems. Aquascape makes a phenomenal product called a dosing system. Guys, I can't stress enough how important it is that we add things like beneficial bacteria to our ponds. Even Koizyme, and we're actually going to be having a Koizyme version for Aquascape in the future. It's something that we were working on. We will have a container that fits into their dosing system. Aquascape makes a dosing system that automatically doses various water treatments to the ponds on a regular basis. We sell them at the store. You can buy them online. It is definitely a product that you should have as part of your repertoire of tools to handle your pond. So I definitely like a dosing system. Just the product, even if it just did beneficial bacteria, I mean that alone is huge. And I wasn't always a believer in beneficial bacteria until we started using it during our maintenance, and we saw such an amazingly huge difference in the water quality, in what we were seeing in the water, the clarity of the water, the fact that I could see the different colors of the stones in the water after we started using beneficial bacteria. Do I think it works? Absolutely. Aquascape just came out with an XL, an extra large version of their dosing system. came out at I think the end of last year, I think. And we're going to be doing them. We're going to be selling a lot of those because I think it's a product that everyone should have.
Lisa Rios is asking, what are your thoughts on kind of big water changes on your pond in the summer? Might koi like to have larger water changes?
So guys, if you don't know that much about Koi Market, so Koi Markets, we are a retail store. We sell koi retail. We sell koi wholesale. We have a retail store that sells every product you could imagine. We sell aquatic plants. We're also a pond construction and pond maintenance company. I have 3 trucks that go out every single day and handle hundreds of customers on a weekly basis. This is what we do. And every single one of my maintenance customers gets a minimum of a 10% water change once a week, 20% every 2 weeks. It is part of what we do. So doing these water changes removes excess hormones, removes excess nutrients from the water. Super, super important. This is all stuff that's going to help to feed algae. If you don't remove this stuff, it's going to build up and build up and build up. So doing water changes it's all par for course with a pond. You'll never convince me that doing water changes is a bad idea.
Dan is asking, what bacteria do you use?
So I'm partial to Proform PC. I love Koi Care Kennel products. We are a partner in Koi Care Kennel. I do like using them. So I know it sounds a little bit of a biased comment for me, but I am partners in a company that sells a great product. It happens to be a phenomenal product. Proform PC is a really good dry beneficial bacteria. Aquascape also makes a good product. Any other questions? All right. We've been going for a while already. Yeah. All right. I can walk and talk at the same time. I've trained myself to do both of them. So we're walking through the bonsai area here. If you're not familiar with our setup, this is our bonsai area here, and this is our aquatic plant alley over here. So this will be all filled with aquatic plants. You'll have bonsai trees you'll see on all these shelves here. So we have water lilies, lotus. We'll have marginal tables going across this whole area here for marginal plants. These are plants that you put around the margin or the edge of the pond. So we have tropicals as well as hardies, and we also have floating plants. So we carry everything. And you'll see around Mother's Day is when we start putting this stuff out. So kind of crazy to talk about Mother's Day now, but it's right around the corner. You can see with the gravel in here, it looks so much nicer. It just looks super clean here. What we have here is that's actually Koi Care Kennel right in the corner over there. This is our quarantine greenhouse here. This is our bonsai house over here. Now the bonsai house in the future is going to move to a different location on the property, and that will become our wholesale greenhouse. Our quarantine is housing a lot of fish right now. Those fish will end up in both the retail houses. So over here where we're going to go in right now is our 1-year and 2-year-old koi. And what we have over here with the big koi house that we were just in, that's going to be Nisai, Sansai, Yansai, so 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old koi. And let's go this way. You guys have seen the bonsai house. I mean, everything is dormant in here right now. Come on in. Get out of the cold. It's actually warmer in the cold bonsai house than it is everywhere else. Yes.
What's the difference between Proform PC and Koi Shipment?
2 totally different products. So Proform PC is a powdered product that's beneficial bacteria to break down organics in the pond. Koizyme is also bacteria, but it's beneficial bacteria that competes against other bacteria that's harmful to your fish. So it's actually going to fight and will win. It's actually a product you use on a weekly basis to keep that bad bacteria out of your pond that would be harmful to your fish. That's going to cause all sorts of this bacteria is bacteria that would cause ulcers and other things on your fish. Aeromonas and Pseudomonas bacteria. Good question. If you don't use Koizyme, you guys need to add it to your repertoire. It's important to have a product that's going to help to remove these bad bacteria from the ponds.
Is asking so we use both of them.
I do.
And Suzanne Allison says future raffle idea T-shirts.
So we were just talking about this yesterday. I will be presenting what we call our Wonder Wheel to you soon. And it is a wheel that we'll spin, and we're going to do this during our raffles, and customers will get to do it during the show, during their time here at the store, if they're making purchases, where they'll spin it, and we'll have T-shirts and other things that we're going to give away on those. And we're going to try and do it during the raffles. It's a cool idea that Michael had come up with. So thank you, Michael.
Spring is asking, can we do a pre-sale to get the T-shirts and merch started?
It's not a bad idea.
So the T-shirt, I promise you guys that we're going to do the T-shirt stuff. We talked about this a little bit last week, and I've held off on doing it, and it's right now it's purely a monetary thing, guys. I just have certain areas that I can spend our money. I have a very, very large fish shipment coming in. We just had a large fish shipment come in. We're doing all this work at the store. So I haven't spent money on that stuff yet, and I have been holding off. And I've been holding off because, it's, like I said, it's just a monetary thing. Doing pre-sales is definitely an interesting way of handling that situation. It's something we can definitely talk about. I do need to talk to I'm talking to two companies right now. Michael Adrian, he has a family member that also does this stuff, so we're talking to him. And I do have the company that I've been working with for years that makes all of our coin market stuff. So, yes, we do need to do it.
Allison Savandi is asking, are Koizyme and AKAMUJI the same thing?
No. So I actually have a breakdown of AKAMUJI. So very interesting, guys. There is a backstory here with AKAMUJI versus Koi Care Kennel product. There was a gentleman who is no longer with us, passed away. His gentleman's name was Rick Hess, and he was actually partnering. And this is public knowledge. He was partnering with Koi Care Kennel many years ago. And instead of actually partnering with Koi Care Kennel, he actually stole what he thought was all the formulas for all of Koi Care Kennel's products and created a company called AKAMUJI. And the funny thing about this is that he created all these products thinking that he had all the formulas for everything, but he actually didn't, which is it really is funny. It's required by law that you put any poisonous ingredients on the bottles of products. So he didn't realize that there are products like Proform C and Koizyme that if you have certain poisonous ingredients that they have to get listed, and if you don't, then those don't get listed. So he made an entire product line of products based off of half the information. So is a product like AKAMUJI equal to Koizyme? Absolutely not. Same thing with their Proform C competitor, I think they call it Terminate, is a product that is missing half the ingredients. So it's interesting, but no, it is not an equal product to Koizyme. 100% no. As far as giving you a detailed response as to what makes it different, I can actually have that information for you, and I'll let you know. Any other questions? All right. So I was just bringing you into the bonsai house, which is dormant. If you've watched the show previously, Chris isn't here today. He's usually working here. We'll have everything bonsai for sale. We actually just ordered a whole bunch of bonsai supplies, including scissors and wire and everything else. If you guys want to learn bonsai, we will start to do classes this year. We'll teach you guys everything, everything to do with making bonsai. So we're excited about doing that. These guys should be coming out soon. We'll go back this way to the koi house, and we're going to do the raffle first. Travis and Michael spent a lot of time putting all the names, cutting all the names up onto pieces of paper. I can't see now because I'm blind, because my glasses are fogging up. So I'm assuming this is it. Make sure there's no names in here. We had them in this bag first, and we transferred them to this bucket. So I'm just going to show you guys everything that's in here. Trav, can you go grab Koi's on pints from the refrigerator? Grab me 6. So, guys, you can see all the names here. Now we got Jack Sanchez, and there's Scott, and there's another Jack Sanchez, and David, and here's Kathy, and there's Mary Weekly, and there's Kevin Brown, and Pete Hutter. There's Tim Dorn. Hey, Tim. We're going to give these guys a really good mix. So we are at the raffle portion of the show. I'm shaking these up really good. I think we had 42 different unique raffle purchasers, and those purchasers purchased varying amounts of raffle tickets. So we're shaking this up really, really good. Oh, thank you, Michael. So you can see, I don't know if you saw this, we have a new piece of technology that allows us to remove the reflections from the water by blocking the reflections over the bowls when we put the fish in. Didn't we have smaller versions than that too? Didn't we have a smaller little bottle? That's the smallest one. Okay.
16 ounces.
All right. Any questions before we get this going? This is for the Nisai AKAMUJI Pearl from Sakaguchi Koi Farm. The value of that fish is $1,100. Guys are excited? I'm excited. You know, I also decided that we're going to do some raffles and some other stuff while we're here. We'll talk about that afterwards. But the first things first, this is for the Nisai AKAMUJI from Sakaguchi. Michael's going to put his hand in here, and he's going to pick one. Go ahead, Michael, put your hand in on camera. He is picking a name. You can't see what it is. And he's going to hand it to me. He's handing it to me on camera. The winner is Stan Nugent. You are the winner of the AKAMUJI. Congratulations, Stan. Stan actually, I remember, he actually sent us a bunch of questions about the raffle the other day. So, Stan, glad you did it. You won. Good job. Guys, thank you for doing it. I know that it's a little disappointing when you don't win something. And I know that you guys all invested some money. So, with that being said, I am going to raffle off a few more things because we have all these names in here, and although someone is always going to be disappointed, I want to have less people be disappointed than what we have right now. So the next thing, we just got our koi socks in. $100 value. These are the koi socks we use at the store. Oh, and just so everyone understands, I want to be clear about this. You're going to win this. You're going to win the fish. Whatever it is you win, you do have to pay packaging and handling. That's just, packaging and handling is, you have to pay to have that fish shipped. You have to pay to have the whatever product you win shipped. But you do win the product. So next thing we're doing, we are raffling off a koi sock. This is the koi sock. Anyone saying anything online? No comments? Congratulations to Than. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Than Nugent. And the next thing we're raffling off is the koi sock. And here we go. Let me shake these up some more. Here, I'll even put the cover on. We'll give it another huge shake. Now, I just want to point out that although it's likely not going to happen, there's always a chance that if Dan did buy more raffle tickets, he wins again. It could happen. We're giving this another big shake. Okay. Travis, you want to do the honors this time? This is for the koi sock. Don't look this way. Look the other way. He's sticking his hand in there. He's going to grab one. He's grabbing one. He's got one. There we go. The winner is Danielle Albala. Or Daniel. Daniel or it's Daniel. Daniel.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Daniel. Daniel Albala, you won a $100 koi sock. Great job. All right. Koi sock winner. Congratulations, Daniel. All right. Again, because I feel really bad that you guys are, so many people joined us, and I want you guys to walk away with something. I'm going to also raffle off 6 bottles of Koizyme, 1 pint bottles of Koizyme. Okay. And for the first bottle, Michael, you want to make your pick. And guys, again, thank you for doing the raffle. We do our raffles monthly. We would love for you guys to continue doing the raffles. I know that, it's a little depressing if you don't win something. Hopefully you're going to win something here. Again, guys, you win the products, you win the fish. You do have to pay for shipping and handling. In the fish case, you also need to pay for the insurance. But that's just kind of par for course. You got to do what you got to do. All right, Michael. For the first bottle of Koizyme, the winner is Kathy. Kathy Crotty, congratulations. You won a bottle of Koizyme. Woo-hoo! All right. That's bottle number 1. We have 5 more bottles to do. 5 more bottles of Koizyme. Trav's going to pick one. You got to put your hand in the bucket. Definitely works better if you put your hand in the bucket. Anyone commenting? All right. The next winner is Jeff Vidal. Jeff, you won a bottle of Koizyme. Congratulations. Got 4 more bottles of Koizyme. Here we go. Go ahead, Michael. I love doing this. This is awesome. We can raffle the hat. I don't think I have any more.
We have one koi market hat, not a beanie, but a fitted hat.
The next winner is Allison Zavadny. Allison, congratulations. You won a bottle of Koizyme. What was the question? All right, we have 3 more bottles left. Travis. All right. Jason, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. I'm going to say Gauthier.
Yeah, I mean, Louisiana.
Jason Gauthier. Congratulations, you won a bottle of Koizyme. We will be contacting you guys after the show. We have 2 more bottles. Michael, make your pick. This is for a 1-pint bottle of Koi Zyme. The next winner is, I can already see it from the other side, Tim. Has Tim won anything before? I'm not sure. Tim, congratulations. You won a bottle of Koi Zyme. Good job, guys. We have one more. One more bottle of Koi Zyme. Michael. And the last pick. Robert McCabe. All right, Robert. Good job, buddy. Robert McCabe won the last bottle. Okay. So, Than, again, we'll just repeat everything. Than Nugent won the AKAMUJI. Congratulations. He won the grand prize. Than, I'm not sure if you're watching. You are watching? Did he say anything? All right. Cool. You're very welcome. Thank you for doing it. We're definitely, you know what? I am going to do one more thing. I have one more item, and it's a rarity because it's like the last one that I have. A Koi Market hat. Oh, we got to take the price tag off of it, but we'll take that off afterwards. So I had it on my shelf. It is a gorgeous Koi Market hat. And we're going to make one more pick. Who is going to win the Koi Market hats? Michael's making his pick. And the last winner is... I don't know how to pronounce his last name. David. David Gwintert. David Gwintert, you won the Koi Market hat. Great job. So we did a bunch of extra prizes today. David won the hats. Than won the AKAMUJI Koi. Great. Congratulations. Daniel won the Koi sock. And we have 6 bottles of Koi Zyme. Robert McCabe, Tim Dorn, Jason Guthier, Allison Zavadny, Jeff Vidal, and Kathy Karate all won bottles of Koi Zyme. Guys, congratulations. Thank you for doing it. Oh, shit.
I wrote them all down.
You wrote them down, good. I just dumped them back in there, but I can grab them right, they're right here. That was Robert McCabe, Tim Doran, Jason, Allison, Jeff, and Kathy. All right. Oops. Oh, and Than's name is right there. Guys, thank you for doing the raffles. It's because you guys do this that enables us to do this. If you didn't do this, we wouldn't be able to do the raffles, obviously. Our plan for the raffles is to make them even more fun. We do have a really cool idea. I have a rotating, we're going to call it a wonder wheel. You spin the wheel, and it's got various prizes on it. What we're going to do is we're going to update that because it hasn't been updated in years, and we're going to use that for future raffles. If we pick your name, we'll spin it, and whatever it lands on is what you get, is what you win. So that should be a lot of fun. Any questions about the raffles before we move into other stuff? Let me put my glasses back on my head. So, are they dark now? Because they're dark on my head. All right, so let's move forwards. So let's take all these prizes, all these names over here. Travis is going to take all this stuff out of the way here. All right. Well, that was fun. Thank you guys for doing that. I really like doing that stuff. I think it just makes this whole thing like worth doing. So thank you. Any other questions before we get started on Koi? Anyone at all? Nope. Okay. So last week. Oh, and by the way, I got some new nets so that we can pick some fish. Last week, we just showed all new koi, and for the most part, we're probably going to be doing that again today. We are going to do some smaller stuff because I don't want to cut anyone out of the mix here. And we do have some customers that just want to buy some small tosai, so we will do some small tosai, and we can do that first. You want to do that first? We'll do that first. So let's. We need to get some bowls set up for you. That's going to take a little bit to do, so give me a couple of minutes to do that, and we're going to get some things going here. Oh, all right. It's right here. I think it's on the table. It was on the table, or it might be plugged in. It was in here before. Just getting some water so that we can set these up. It's going to take a couple of minutes here. Butterfly. I did say I was going to do butterfly. We can do butterfly. Let's do butterfly first. I'm going to do butterfly first. Something we haven't done is butterfly tosai. So give me a couple of minutes to pick some tosai for you, and I'll go ahead and do that. We've never done the butterfly tosai on the show. So let's see what we can put together here. So give me a couple of minutes, guys, and I'm going to pick some stuff out. Yep. We're going to pick some butterfly tosai. Hold on a second, Trav. You can grab stuff if you see it. No. Happen to have a bunch of huge suri, which may turn into your huge suri butterfly here. Some of these guys are small. I'm trying to pick the bigger ones for you because just give me a couple of seconds, guys. The issue that we have here is that they're not super big, so trying to pick some of the bigger ones for you. Hey, Genrin Matsu Kawabaki, is that a butterfly? That's not a butterfly. Not a huge suri. Now I have a lot of butterfly tosai, but they're really small. So I'm looking, Travi. Got some Shusui butterfly. What else we got here? So why don't you go put what we have in the bowl now, just because, so they have something to look at. So we're just picking out some tosai for you. Don't pick him just because he's big. Lemon's pretty small. Yeah, but they're mixed with other. The platinums are in there. Okay.
I see a couple. One really nice one right there.
Go pick some platinums out of that one over there. The last tank over there. I have a couple of platinum butterfly. A little bit limited on what I have here as far as variety, guys, on the butterfly. Any questions, please ask. Michael will run over here and ask me. And we're just going to doing some butterfly right now. I think we have enough to get going. These are fish that we usually sell locally. We haven't sold on the show before. I do have a couple of platinums we're going to grab for you. Some Shusui butterfly. There's a Yamabuki butterfly, and what else we got here? All right, I think we're ready to get going here. Did you find any, Trav? Oh, really? Some Matsuba butterflies. All right. Well, there's definitely no shortage of Kiyutsuri butterflies in here. Let's start with this. So the butterfly are 75. Okay. Trev, don't worry about that. Can you grab some water over there for this bowl? So what you guys see before you is some butterfly tosai from Yamasan Koi Farm. What? All right, so let's get going here. We have some butterfly here. Is there anything in there? If it's a, what do you got? Yeah, bring them in here. There's a platinum butterfly. All right, so let's do this. Those are going for $75 each. Here is a Ginrin Kiyutsuri butterfly. It's actually, with the tail, it's fairly long. This fish is with the tail, it's 8 to 9 inches. Ginran Kyutsuri butterfly. Any takers at $75?
James holding on.
All right, James, it's yours.
I'll bring it back.
Ginran Kyutsuri butterfly.
How much?
75. Good? No.
Wow, a lot of people want them.
All right, I have more. Guys, if it's Ginran Kyutsuri butterfly you guys want, I have a lot of them. So I can go and grab a whole bowl of just those. That was a pretty one.
Do you have yellow tail?
All right.
Steve Ramsey wants to see the Shisui.
The Shusui, I got a couple of Shusui in here, but this one is the deepest blue Shusui, really pretty. Guys just want to hang out in the net, so here is a deep blue Shusui butterfly.
And then after that, someone wants to see the yellow one.
Nice scalation down the spine, has very long fins. Because the tail is so long, the fish is 7 inches plus. Any takers at 75 on this Shusui? Going once. Nice fish.
Can you see that with another one with it?
Sure. We'll find another Shusui in here.
Right there from the left of the one.
There's another one and another one. So these guys are similar, so I'll show these two next to each other. So this one has the standard Benny that you'd find on the cheeks, on the pectorals.
David Main says he'll take the platinum.
Okay, David, the platinum is yours. All right, so we'll sell these guys 1 and 2.
Rhonda says she wants the first one.
All right, before.
Steve and Rhonda are the same people.
Okay, so it's sold. It's yours.
Yeah.
Blue Shusui butterfly. I'll take this one out for now.
Someone wants to eat more Eve series. And
Okay.
then also the yellow one.
Gotcha. Just taking a photo. You good?
Yeah.
The first time we're doing butterflies,
Platinum is sold for sure.
we'll do the platinum in a second since the platinum is sold.
Zero wants a similar one to the first Eve series that you sold.
Okay, I have a few of those. Trev, why don't you go and pick some more butterfly over there? I have 2 fish in here. Okay, I have a Deutz, I'm going to call it a Deutz Ochiba, and a Kyutsuri. Number 1 is the Deutz, is the Kyutsuri. Number 2 is the Ochiba. Number 1 is the Kyutsuri. Number 2 is the Ochiba. Do we have any takers? Number 1 or number 2? $75 each. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is the Utsuri. Number 2 is the Ochiba. Any takers? Going once. The Utsuri has huge pectoral fins. Actually, huge tail too. I mean, the finnage on this fish is crazy. For a smaller fish, I mean, the fins are massive.
2 questions.
Yes.
Right. Tim Dorn says we'll take both.
Okay, Tim, they're yours.
But Greg is asking, it seems the larger butterfly have thinner bodies. Is that normal?
No, I mean that's just the fish. I mean it could be a male. It could be he needs to eat a donut. I don't know. I mean these guys are larger and they're not thin. You got a good picture? Okay, guys had asked for yellows, so we're gonna.
What about the one for David Lee?
You want to do the?
And Suzanne Allison said,
You want to get the picture of this
Suzanne
platinum
Allison
here?
said bright yellow.
Okay, gonna do that bright yellow right after this one. I thought we put some platinums aside. Did we not?
Not in that one.
Oh, are they? Where are they? We sold them. Oh, we sold them all. Wait, where are they?
They're sold now. But I don't know which ones are sold now. Because that's the intent that we had.
Oh, so we pulled them. We put them on the side, and then we. Okay. Alrighty. We're growing some of those guys out. So I am grabbing a few fish here. I got a Yamabuki also. Okay. So we have what we'll call a Deutsch Kawari, which doesn't have a name, a Yamabuki, which is all yellow, and then a lemon harawaki, wagoi, so scaled lemon harawaki. Okay, number 1 is the Yamabuki, number 2 is the largest, and number 3 is the harawaki. Number 1 Yamabuki, number 2 is the Kawari, number 3 is the harawaki.
Heather will take the lemon.
All right, the lemon harawaki is yours.
Suzanne Allison said last one in. Which one is the last one in?
Well, let's move this one out, and then we'll get another one.
She said number 1, whatever number 1 is.
Okay, number 1 was the Yamabuki.
Let me finish this one.
You definitely got that one. Good. I'm going to take this guy out and move these two. We'll go back to that fish. And at the same time, Travis is also picking out some more. I'm going to get this big guy in here. And
Is there a Genri series?
a Genri Hiyutsuri there. Genri Hiyutsuri, no.
That's what they all want.
I mean, they may be he. I mean, they just haven't changed yet. I mean, they're pretty small. It's hard to tell. I mean, these all could turn red. If it's really yellow, I mean, hopefully it'll stay a key. So let's do this. Let's take you. Okay. The next 3. Number 1. I'm not sure what I'm going to call this guy. He's not a Kimatsuba. I'm going to call him a Kimatsuba. So here's a Kimatsuba here. Number 2 is the big guy. And number 3 is the Ginrin. Number 1, Kimatsuba. Number 2 is the big Kawari. Number 3 is the Ginrin. It really could be a Hiyutsuri. I think that's actually going to turn red. Any takers going once? Any takers on any of these guys? Going twice. One, two, or three. Here's number one. Number
Deborah
two.
will take the Ginran.
The Ginran is yours, Deborah. Okay, any takers on the other two? Got the Ki Matsuba and the Ki Kawari. So it's yellow and black Kawari, which is basically doesn't have an official name to it. Number one, we'll just change the number. So number one and number two. Any takers on one or two? One is the Ki Matsuba, two is the Kawari, the Deutsch Kawari. Going once. Going twice. All right. Let's take this guy. All right. What do we have here? We have a Deutsch Sanke. We have another nice lemon here. And I have a Kikakiryu here. Kikakiryu has crazy, crazy long pectoral fins. Alright, so number one is the Kikakiryu. Number two is a lemon. Number three is the Sanke. Number one is the Kikakiryu. Number two is the lemon. Number three is the Deutsch Sanke. How are we doing, guys?
Lemon.
All right. Susan Allison's taking the lemon. Nice fish. All right. We'll put them in here. Travis, grab a couple more fish. Couple more platinums. Thank you, Travis. Ooh, good stuff. All right. We have the Kikakiryu and the Deutsch Sanke. Any takers? Kikakiryu number one, Deutsch Sanke number two. Did you get a picture of this one? Can you put this fish in the bowl, Travis? Yep. Thank you. I will add another fish. Let's see. Let's add a platinum. Yep. It's not really platinum. He's got a little bit of yellow on him. Let's take that platinum off and let's add this big platinum here. All right. I have a large platinum butterfly, a Deutsch Sanke, and a Kikakiryu. So the Kikakiryu is number one, the platinum is number two, the Deutsch Sanke is number three. Number one is the Kiko, number two is the platinum, number three is the Sanke. Let me hear from you guys.
Steve Ramsey wants platinum.
Platinum, Steve Ramsey. Huh?
Was that the last? Was that last day?
Oh.
All right. Trav, let Michael call him so we don't get confused.
I'm not getting none of those out.
So Michael and Travis are seeing different responses. That's interesting. That's not good.
I stopped that. Suzanne Allison. I haven't gotten anything
Yeah,
yet.
it's after Michael Adrian. It says Steve Ramsey wants that. Look at the future set. Steve Ramsey wants.
I don't see it really.
And Michael's not, for some reason, not getting any more texts.
And then Aaron Stanley wants number two.
All right. So number one was the Kiko. Number two was the platinum. So the platinum is taken by somebody else. I have more of those. So Steve Ramsey's taking this one. What was that?
That's the net that you got.
All right, try to put this platinum in the.
$75. Otherwise, they have to go into everything else.
These guys are 75. You know, no one's taking either of these, so I'm going to let these guys go. If you want them, let me know. I'm going to pick a nice Utsuri, and there was a very nice Ginrin Platinum in here. Where is the Ginrin? I'll take a Ginrin Platinum. And I saw another nice Shusui. All right. So here we go. We have a butterfly. We have an Utsuri, a Ginrin Platinum, a Ginrin Utsuri, and a Shusui. Number 1 is the Platinum. Number 2 is the Utsuri. Number 3 is the Shusui. Number 1 is the Ginrin Platinum. Number 2 is the Utsuri. Number 3 is the Shusui. What was that?
1 and 2. Then Jordan will take.
All right, number 1 was the Platinum. Number 2 is the Utsuri. All right, I'm going to let the Shusui go for now so I can move these guys. All right, next. I have a really nice Shusui butterfly, another Ginrin Utsuri, and we'll do another Platinum. This guy's on the smaller side, but there's another Platinum there, Ginrin Platinum. Okay, we have a Shusui, very nice Shusui, really good color, a Ginrin Platinum, and a Ginrin Utsuri. Number 1 is the Platinum. Number 2 is the Utsuri. Number 3 is the Shusui. All right, Michelle Baldwin, Shusui is yours.
And now I got that one too.
All right, Travi, grab the Shusui.
You getting them now? I saw Michelle Baldwin say Shusui.
Okay.
Price again?
75.
John?
$75? What?
Just repeat it.
Oh.
People destroying it.
Okay. Guys, the price on these is $75.
Somebody wants more Shusui.
More Shusui. Okay. So let me bring up something I forgot to bring up that we need to bring up. So we have free shipping on Southwest Cargo. When you spend $650 or more, we had to up the price because pricing went up. But you get free shipping on Southwest Cargo when you spend $650 or more. We also have our packing. So a packing box is $15. Insurance is $1 per $100 spent. The rules of the game, and I obviously should have mentioned this before, but the rules of the game are the first person to say, I want that fish, gets that fish. We have free boarding and free layaway. So free boarding means that we will hold that fish through spring for you. We know that your ponds are closed and we know that you want to get fish, but you can't take them now, so we will board the fish for you. We have free layaway, so you can pay those fish off over time. Guys, once you enter the layaway plan, if you purchase fish, you must pay, and you're paying this fish off, so your first payment must be within 2 days. It must be within 2 days of the day you purchase, or you forfeit the fish. That's just the rules that we have. If you join the layaway program and you decide to back out midway through, you do lose any money that was put in. You forfeit whatever money was put down. Just the way it is. Any questions, please ask. All right, we have 3 fish here. I have a Shusui.
I have Steve Ramsey who wants the big Utsuri, but I need a number.
Okay, we have a Ginrin Utsuri and a regular Utsuri, and we have a Shusui. Okay, so I'm going to number them. Steve, you're going to tell me which number you want. Number 1 is the Shusui. Number 2 is the big one right here, the regular Utsuri. Number 3 is the Ginrin Utsuri. Number 1 is the Shusui. Number 2 is the big Utsuri. Number 3 is the Ginrin. Which one did you want?
2.
Number 2. All right, I'm going to take these other 2 out for now so that Michael can take a picture.
Someone wants to see a bunch of Vesuvius next.
Yep, I'll put the Shusui back in.
A couple of them together. Please.
Shusui, it's Shusui Day.
I can pull more if you want.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
It's up to you.
Shusui are always popular. Now, I'm going to only do 2 Shusui per net, and the reason why is it just makes it easier to tell the difference. So number 1 is the smaller Shusui right here. Number 2 is the Deutz, and number 3 is the larger Shusui. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 Shusui, number 2 Deutz, number 3 Shusui. 1, 2, or 3. We have any takers on number 1, number 2, or number 3? These guys are going for $75 each. Number 1, number 2, or number 3? I love the pectorals on number 2. She's going to pass. All right, any other takers, guys? There's number 1, number 2, or number 3. Any takers on 1, 2, or 3? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? Going once. Going twice. All right, we are moving on.
Steve Ramsey is asking for me. Can I see the big white one?
Yes.
That was just in the net with the orange sides.
The light orange one. No, not that one.
Not that one?
No, the
Yeah,
one that was
the
just in
orange
the net
side.
right here. This guy. The bigger one. No, it's right there.
These are the 2 that I had in there. There's number 1 and number 2. There is a third one, but I could pick all 3. It just makes it hard to really tell the difference, but they are
That was
sized.
I don't know when he said.
Here's number 1, number 2 is the middle size, and number 3 is the biggest right here. 1 is the smallest, 2 is middle, 3 is the biggest. 1, 2, or 3. And when I say biggest, it's only slightly bigger than the other one. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1.
It's not none of these. Those are the one that I said.
The big guy.
This one.
The one you had already.
That's what I said before. I had them in
Said
there.
white. Right under it. Right under it. He's right here.
Yeah, so this one's got a lot of color forming on it. Let me know if you're interested before we move on.
What is it?
I can't tell what it is. It looks like it's a Shusui. Very light. You can see the red banding going down the sides. It's got the red on the cheeks. Going once. Going twice. Alright, if you want it, let me know. Guys, take a look at this bowl. Let me know if there's anything else you're interested in here. There's a nice huge suri right here. Let's find a nice Ginrin Platinum. And what else? And do the lemon, sure. We got 3 fish in here. We have a platinum, a lemon, and an utsuri. Lemon is number 1. Utsuri is number 2. Platinum is number 3. This is a wagoi or scaled lemon harawaki. A Ginrin utsuri and a Ginrin platinum. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 is the lemon, number 2 is the utsuri, number 3 is the platinum. Going once. Going twice. Alright, guys, I am going to jump onto some other fish.
Number 2.
Number 2. Number 2 is the utsuri. Who's taking that?
Van Alice and White.
Okay.
This is Aaron Stanton.
Alright, Aaron. Yep. Okay. Trav, can you take this fish?
Oh no, Aaron wanted the white one. No, Aaron said number. No, he said the white one.
Which one?
Aaron said white.
Alright.
Let's see that the numbers.
Alright. So number one was the white one, number 2 is the utsuri. No, sorry. I think number 1 was the yellow, number 2 was the utsuri, number 3 is the platinum. Aaron, which one did you want? Alright, so Aaron's got the platinum. Okay, do you want to take a picture of that? And I have another platinum for you after this. Alright, guys, I have more platinums. Okay. Alright, I'm taking the other guys out.
You got a picture of that one?
Just give me a second, guys. Alright, next platinum. Guys, I have a few platinums, so I have 2 more after this one. Here's the next one. Is this Suzanne's? Alright, Suzanne, here's your platinum. All good? I have 2 more Ginrin platinums. Next. We have a taker on this Ginrin platinum.
Laura Hines is asking, what is the black one with the orange eyebrows?
Black one with the orange eyebrows. Do we have any takers on anything? I'm looking for the black one with the orange eyebrows.
That would be my assumption.
Is this the one you're talking about? The Deutz? Looks like a. Yeah, I mean it's a Deutz Kalari. I don't really have a name for it. Interesting fish though. Any takers on this fish? Going once. the mix.
I'm gonna pass on it.
Okay. This guy is interesting. Check this guy out. Kiki Kakiryu. I like his spotted pectoral fins. Any takers on this Kikiko butterfly? Alright. So guys, take a look at this bowl. If there's something else you want me to bring up, great. If not, we're going to put these guys back with their friends and we're going to go pick something else. You got to let me know now, though, if there's something else in here you want to see. Going once. Going twice. All right, we are moving on. Trav, you take care of these.
You got it.
Michael, you want to get a bowl, a clean bowl? Do we want to jump to the bigger fish? I can ask. I was debating going with some of these guys. I was thinking about doing some Yamabuki. Maybe some Ginrin Chagoi. It is what it is. Let me pick some fish. Guys, I'm going to go into my grow outs here and pick out some fish for you. These are going to be varying prices. But I wanted to show you a few things. My private stash of fish. All right. You want to put these in the bowl for now, Trav? I'm going to see if I can... Huh? Oh, I thought he was filling up a bowl. All right, we need to fill up the bowl. Good. I thought you were filling the bowl. Okay.
Don't put that back in the net.
I'm not gonna let him go.
No, I'm saying the ones in the net.
Ugh.
You don't want to give her no supervision?
Well, I can do another one. I have one already.
That's terrible, isn't there?
It might. I think I have at least one. I had a darker one in there. All right, so we put a couple of fish in the bowl for you to look at. Just looking for a couple more. You guys take a look at those while I'm doing these. And I think we're pretty much ready to go here.
You don't want to use the end of the
Shit. I knew that was going to happen. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. All right, just grabbing a couple more fish here, and Ginrin Sargoy. All right, I think we're pretty much there. In here, we put them in there. All right, so here's another bowl, guys. These are grow outs that I had, and I just haven't had time to actually set up a grow out for them. I placed them aside so that I could grow them out. And okay, take this. So we have fish of varying types and prices in here. Start out with this Benny Kiko. What do you think? Start out with this guy. Here's a unique Benny Kiko, going for $250.
That was asking price for black, silver, Ginrin,
and show
Black, silver.
this black and silver Ginrin.
Okay.
And
The Ginrin Matsukawabaki is $300.
then Victor McLean is asking how much for the contract.
There's a couple of different Tacho in here. Let's do this Ginrin Matsukawabaki first, going for $300. One person asked for it, so she gets first dibs. But this Ginrin Matsukawabaki is going for $300. Any takers?
So no small.
All right. Well, I have this one in the net right now. So, any takers on this Ginrin Matsukawabaki for $300? You guys know I just have a new obsession for Ginrin Matsukawabaki.
in there too?
There is.
She wants the price on that too.
Any takers going once? How many people are on?
51.
51 people on. We have a Ginrin Matsu Kawabaki from Aoki. Going for $300.
Deborah says kind of looks like a black diamond.
Yeah, it's like a black diamond. I mean, Matsu Kawabaki, I believe, is Dainichi's black diamond. Is a Matsu Kawabaki. They are much darker. Ginrin Matsu Kawabaki going for $300. Very nice Ginrin Matsu Kawabaki. Any takers going once? Going twice? We are moving on. All right.
Showa, she asked for the Showa next.
So here's the Showa. Showa's going for $250. Any takers on this Showa for $250?
The next person wants the Tonka Showa.
And then that's the very
Any takers on the Showa for $250? Going once? Going twice? All right. Guys, what else are you looking at?
Tonka Showa.
The Tonto Showa, the big guy here.
Victor McClanahan was asking about that.
Victor, I'll do that. You can see plenty of sumi coming up on this fish. You have black coming up all through here on this fish. Michael, what was the price on these? What was it? We were selling these for around I think they were around $450 or so. But I'll go $450 on this. Tancho Showa definitely has potential. Lots of sumi coming up on it. Guys, lower. Remember, you're not buying the fish based on what it looks like now, unless it's a single color fish. You got to tell. You're looking into the future. You got to see where the fish is going. Fish has a lot of sumi coming up on it. Last week we showed you some pictures of some fish that showed where they were and where they went to, and it was an incredible transformation. Any takers at $450 on this fish? Going once? Going twice? All right, we're moving on.
The next people wanted Ginrin, Platinum, and then Ginrin of Shiba.
Deutz Platinum. Going for $150. Any takers on this Deutz Platinum for $150? I'll actually put, there's a Karasu just to give.
It's not
Is it? Let me see. I can see some pattern on there. Yeah. It's a very, very dark Oshiba. These guys are $150 each.
And after that,
Black or white, $150 each.
after that, the Ginrin of Shiba, and then the Shabu.
Okay. Any takers? $150 each going once. Going twice. All right, moving on. Not a lot of sales out of this tank, guys. Just some nice fishing here. What's going on? So I have two Ginrin Chiba in here. These guys are going for no. Try to think here. I'll do them for $200. $200 each. Very nice Ginrin Chiba. These are from my grow outs, guys. $200 each. All right, Tim, they're yours.
Yeah,
What?
that's the thing. So
Kathy Weekly was the one that asked about it.
Well, Kathy, Tim was going to take them, but
Well, she was the one that asked, and then came in.
but you did ask about them.
She wants one of them.
All right, I do have some others, Tim. I'm sorry. Which one,
Ask Kathy if she wants.
Kathy? We need to pick one of them. You have number 1 and number 2. Trav, can you go and look for another one? Number 1 is the darker one. Number 2 is the lighter one. The darker one? Okay. All right, we're going to grab 2 more for you, Tim. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just going to grab another one for you. There's one right there. There's that funky one in here, too.
Grab them already, not.
Yeah, this is. Let's see how many, if we have any more.
Grab those two for now.
Guys, we always try and be fair. If you called out a fish first, then you get first dibs on that fish. That's just the way we do it. Tim, I have a few more in here. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 of them right here. Number 1 is Spot. Number 2 is the mostly brown. And number 3 is this larger one here. You wanted 2 of them, you can have all 3 of them. You take all 3 of them, I'll take $50 off. They were $200 each. I'll go $550 for 3.
Okay.
All right, you want to do all 3 of them for $550? You want to do one at a time?
No.
Sorry, we're just taking some photos. Good? I couldn't hear you.
Good.
Okay. All right. All right, we got $200 each, all three for $550.
If somebody wanted to see all the chocolate together.
All right, well, I have more chagway, so in this round, these are the three that I'm doing. So I have a really, really unique Deutsch Lemon Harawaki, a Ginrin Chagoi, and a Tancho Kawari Ginrin. Really unique. Almost like a Tancho Kujaku, Ginrin Tancho Kujaku. Take all three for $550. Number one is the lemon. Number two is the Chagoi. Number three is the Tancho. For $200 each, or $550 for all three. Number one is the lemon. Number two is the Chagoi. Number three is the Tancho. Come on, guys. How many people on?
49.
There are 49 people on. Number one is the lemon. Number two is the Ginrin Chagoi. Number three is the Ginrin Tancho. All three for $550, $200 each. Going once. Going twice. Trev, I need you. Can you catch all the Budos for me? I'm going to do those next. They're in the next cage over. All right, we're moving on. So I'm going to put all the Chagoi into a net. Very hard to tell the difference when we do it this way, guys. That's why we try and split them up. All right, the Chagois are 200. This lemon Harawaki is 250. So the darker one is number one. Number two is the lemon. Number three is the lighter one. Number one is the darker Chagoi. Number two is the lemon at 250. Number three is the other Chagoi. These guys, the Chagoi are 200 each. This one's 250. I'll give you all three for 600. Everyone's got to have a Ginrin Chagoi or Chagoi in their ponds. These fish become the biggest and friendliest of all the fish. For whatever reason, they are always the friendliest. Number one is the darker one. Number two is the lemon. Number three is the lighter Chagoi. Any takers? Going twice.
Number 3.
Number three, the lighter Chagoi. I'm going to let the other two go, because I was about to say going 3 times.
The Steve Irons.
What?
Steve Irons is the one that asked for the Chagway, but I guess we can.
Okay. So I have more Chagoi, so. Steve, do you want to see the Chagoi? I have a Ginrin Chagoi and 2 Ginrin Chagoi here. Guys, Ginrin Chagoi is super, super hard to get. So here's two Ginrin Chagwe and a Ginrin Saragwe. Very nice reticulation, nice fukurin in between the scales on this Ginrin Saragwe. Okay.
You want them in there?
No. Just keep them in a koi sock over there for now. Number one is the smaller, and these guys are pretty close in size. Number one. Number two is the Saragoi. Number three is the larger one. Number one, number two, and number three.
Steve Ramsey get number 3?
Number one is the smaller Ginrin Chagoi. Number two and number three.
Okay, you got that right.
Number one, number two, and number three. These are $200 each. I will give you what?
1 and 2.
Someone wants 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. Good fix. Yep. What's the question?
I made a monthly payment for my existing layaway. Do I still need to make another payment within 2 days of the fish I just purchased?
Yes. We ask you do, please. Michael's just trying to take some photos. That was not bad. Alright. Next, I have another Ginrin Saragwe. It's a lighter one. And I have a Yamabuki. And I'm going to put this Deutsch back up there because I think someone should get this fish.
How much for both?
How much for both what? These guys are $200 each.
I think you want to be
Saragoi and Yamabuki are $200 each. I will do all three of these for $550. So, number one is the Yamabuki, the yellow. Number two is the Ginrin Saragoi. Number three is the lemon. Number one, shoot, which one was it? I don't remember. I had to pay more attention when I'm talking. Number one, Ginrin Saragoi. Number two is the Yamabuki. Number three is the lemon. Starting over. Number one, Ginrin Saragoi. Number two is the lemon. Number two is the Yamabuki. Number three is the lemon. One, two, or three. $200 each. Number one is the Ginrin Saragoi. Number two is the Yamabuki. Number three is the Deutsch lemon. Really, guys?
Someone wants to see the show.
Okay. Any takers on these? Going once? Going twice? Alright. Moving on. Show is going for $250. It's from Tanaka K. And you know what? I have a Deutsch Kimatsuba in there, so we'll hold them in there too. So we got a Deutsch Kimatsuba. We have the show. The show is $250. The The Deutz Kimatsuba, same price.
Big girl.
Any takers on either of them?
Steve Ramsey wants to show us.
All right, show is yours for $250. What's the alpha class right there? All right. Is there anything else in here you guys want to see? There's some Ginrin Tancho in here. Some regular Tancho. Some nice lemons. Otherwise, I'm going to put these guys back. And we're going to move forwards. Okay. All right, we're going to move forwards. Where's the koi sock?
With the boot of the rumble.
Aha. All right, so let me get that. How many are in there?
I think there's 5.
Okay. All right, guys, I have some fish from Suzuki coming up. Gonna take everything else out.
You got a Suzuki in there, bud. Good Suzuki just went in there.
Give us a second. Guys, these Budos are definitely pretty rare. The Ginrin Budos are super, super hard to get. These are the last of the Ginrin Budos that I'm going to have this year. Sorry, I'm just cleaning the water out a little bit. These guys were in the same tank in a different cage. We sold one. We sold one in the live show, guys. If you want to see, if you guys want to see all of our fish that we have available, we have our one-on-one personal shopper, which we've been doing every single day since we launched it. We've had some customers buy some amazing fish. So just what we're doing here, where you're watching these fish with over video, we do a one-on-one session where you get to pick fish from all of our tanks. It's a great experience. If you guys have done it, please chime in and let us know what you thought of doing the personal shopper. It's a one-on-one. You go to the website, go to coinmarket.com, and click on personal shopper, and you set up an appointment. A calendar will come up, and you set up an appointment Monday through Friday. from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And you pick a time, pick a day, and we'll call you up and we'll do a one-on-one live session with you. What we have here, we have some fish from Suzuki. We have 3 Ginrin Budo Goromo, one Ginrin Goromo, and 1 Wagway Goromo.
That Gimlin one, I'm assuming is the one that you want that in the
So
never mind.
these guys have been selling for $500, and we've sold every single one of them. We cannot get these anymore. Ginrin Budo Goromo have been the hardest fish to get out of Japan, other than Tancho Kujaku. Those are the 2 hardest varieties to get in Japan right now. So we have 3 of them available for you. And then we have our Goromos here. These guys are a little bit smaller. Let me know if we have any takers. Anyone want to see anything here?
Joe Compton, that's the Budo, regular Budo.
The regular Budo I will actually do for less.
Not that one.
I'll go $400 on the regular Budo. Because I can get more of these. You know what? I have to, guys, the Ginrin Budos are super, super rare.
Yeah, but you can't get them from Suzuki anymore.
No. That's okay. I'll go $400. Very nice Budo Goromo. Let me know, Joe. Here are the Ginrin Budos, and these guys are smaller than the ones we were selling at $500. I'd be willing to go a little bit less on these guys. Let me know if there's any interest. We're going to move over to the Shinoda after this.
Joe Compton, we'll set up a personal shopper this week.
All right, Joe. Sounds good.
Jerry is asking, can you do the Tancho one for 400?
Yes. I'll go 400 on the Tancho. All right. Any takers on anything else in here? Any interest before I move on?
Just put them all on there.
Sure. Have a look, guys. Any other feedback before I move on?
he's saying 300 for the darker one.
For the darker for this guy here, no. I appreciate it. Thank you for offering, but the price on that one is 400. But thank you for making the offer. These are from Suzuki. Suzuki is no longer breeding koi. He has retired. This was his last batch of koi that I purchased from him. They're just super rare simply because they are the last of their kind from Suzuki. And getting, in regards to the Ginrin.
Paul eventually says deal on the bowl for all 4 of them.
Paul, for the bowl, we have, let me think about this. I mean, they're, so Paul, I was going to go 400 on these guys.
1,600.
So you take all 4 of them. I'll go 1,400.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Paul. You good?
Yeah.
All right. Let's dump this.
Bring it over there.
I don't want to always do it on the gravel. All right. Next up is Shinoda. I could bring this over there. Here, you take this. Just give me a second, guys, because I should be picking out fish, but I'm doing water. All right, so some really nice fish here from Shinoda. An amazing price. I have huge Suri, Deutsch Kohaku, Deutsch Sake, Ginrin Showa. Just grab that bowl before it floats away, Trevi. I don't need the bowl. Now you can let it. It's soaking wet from these guys. Okay. Just give me a second. Trav's going to bring some fish up for you. Some gorgeous Deutsch Kohaku here. I just lost the one I wanted. Hold on, Trav. Hold on. Really, guys? Come on. Put those in the bowl, Travi, just so we have something in there, please. Yeah. No, I'm doing Shinoda right now, so. Yeah. Let me find. I want to find another Deutsch Showa. Almost there, guys. There he is. I see you. I see you. I don't know if I got him, but. Yeah, put those guys over there and I'll look for this guy in the meantime. Here, let's grab these two. Huh? I have one more too, Trev. Here, come back here. All right, I got one more fish and then we're good to go. These are from Shinoda, Nisai. These are going for $500 each. Thanks, Trev. Very nice. So we have Kujaku in here, Deutsch Kohaku, Deutsch Sanke, Deutsch Showa, Ginrin Showa. These guys are 14 to 16 inch. I'm going to start with this. These Deutsch Kohaku are just stunning. They are that red. They're super red. They're $500 each. Actually, I'll put two of them in here. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1, number 2. Do we have any takers? These are $500 each. Number 1, Kohaku, and number 2. These are Deutz from Shinoda. These are super exceptional fish, guys, and they're super red. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1, number 2, $500 each. You're almost at free shipping at that point. We have any takers? Number 1 and number 2. I can't believe you guys aren't jumping on these. Number 1 and number 2. Any takers? Guys, Deutz Kohaku from Shinoda. Super, super awesome. Number 1 and number 2. Really? Guys, I'm in a little bit of shock here. Going once. Going twice. Wow, okay. Alright. Take a look at the bowl, guys. Is this something you want to see? I have Deutsch Showa. I have 3 Deutsch Showa in here. Nice Deutsch Sanke, Kujaku, Hiyutsuri, Deutsch Kohaku, Ginner and Showa. These guys are $500 each. Some very, very nice fish in here. Really? How many people are on? Is this thing working? Huh? We have 49 people on. No one's commenting. No one's even saying anything.
Somebody wants one from before. That's the one with more white. Spiro.
Spiro. It's a great Deutsch Kohaku. This is the one with more Shiroji.
What?
This is the one with more white.
Number 1 from 1 and 2. I was number 1.
This is number 1. Spiro, this is the one you want?
Yep.
Okay, it's yours. Thank you, Spiro. It's a great fish. This fish is amazing. Michael, can you bring up that picture of that Deutsch Showa that changed?
Nessa Sanke. Jeffrey Stevenson wants the Nessa Sanke.
Very nice fish. Actually, the biggest fish in this bowl.
Cool.
Very nice Deutsch Sanke. See plenty of sumi coming up on this fish. Every bit of 16 inches. Going for $500. Super clean. It's got 1 blue eye and 1 red eye. Going for $500.
Male or female?
No, have to check. Michael, this fishes pretty well. Can you do this while I hold them?
female. It's a red natural. It's a female.
Looks female. Guys, there's no guarantees on gender, but definitely looks female.
Sarah wants to know if there's a better price, they'll take that.
There's no, guys, these are all new fish here. There are no discounts on these fish. You guys are getting first picks on these fish. These fish have not gone on sale in our store. These are online only. There is no deals on these. Okay, it's yours. Joe, can you put some more water in that bowl? That bowl. Let's have a look at these. I'm just going to tie my shoe. Keep tripping on my shoes. Let me know if there's something else you want to see in there. Any comments? Anything else you guys want to see? Otherwise, I'm going to put these guys back.
And I see the larger Kohaku in there.
Absolutely. Gorgeous Deutsche Kohaku. Very, very red Benny. (15 to 16 inch). Very nice fish. Okay. Who's taking that? Anthony, nice.
You got him? Sure. Under the lateral line.
You don't see that when you cook them.
Ginner and Showa. So funny. I always get a request for Ginner and Showa, and every time I show them, I don't hear from anyone. There's some very nice Ginner and Showa from Shinoda. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 has more Shiroji white, and number 2. Number 1 and number 2 going for $500 each. Very nice Ginnerin. Do we have any takers on number 1 and number 2? Number 1 or number 2. Guys, we have free boarding, free layaway.
And then Steve Ironson is asking to do the show again. I guess the one that you were going to do before.
Yep. Right now we have the Ginnerin Showa up, number 1 and number 2. Going once. Going twice. Alright, we're moving on. Deutsche Showa. Actually, here's the 2 that I had on here before. Were these 2. I do have a third as well. I could try and get all 3 of them in there, but there's all 3 Deutsche Showa. Definitely can see Sumi coming up on all these. This is all Sumi coming up. Sumi coming up. All Sumi coming up back here. So here we go. We got number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. 1, 2, 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. From Shinoda. Guys are 14 and 15 inch. Number 1, number 2, or number 3.
Number 1.
Number 1 is yours. Okay, do we have any takers on anything else in here? Is there anything else you guys want to see before we move on? We have lots of other fish to show you. Anything else you guys want to see here?
How much are these again?
These are $500 each. These are from Shinoda Koi Farm. Some very exceptional specimens. All right, Travis, you want to grab a koi sock and put these guys back? Let's take a walk over with the camera, Michael. Good. Take a walk over with the camera. All right. So, show you the sheared Surrey that we have here. So these guys, I have some mixed pricing in here, but I'm going to show you the fish that are going for $1,500. Did we move that Asagi back? We did. Okay, good. Start with the sheared Surrey. Oh, I got a sheared Surrey and a female Hiyu Surrey. I believe the sheared Surrey is also female. These guys are going for $1,500 each. If you want me to put it in a bowl, let me know. We're going to go over to the other koi house in a few minutes. We just have some really nice Asagi in here. Also going for $1,500. I believe that was, is this the one that was over here? No. Here. I have another one. Here's this one right here. I believe. Check that out, guys. Going for $1,500. Really nice reticulation on the scales. Nice frequent in between the scales. Nice even beni on the cheeks, on the pectorals, and down the body. If you guys want to see anything in a bowl, let me know. Excuse me. Pricing in here is 1,000. There is one or two fish here that are not 1,000, but it's a very nice Ginrin Tancho. I'm going to grab a couple of fish here. Come on, guys. I'm trying to get something specific, Travi. Where's the other Shiro? They're both over there. This Shiro is... Oh, I remember this one. Okay. These guys are going for 1,000 each. Very, very nice Tancho. Super, super white. And you have a Ginrin Tancho over here, a Ginrin Tancho Showa, and Shiro Utsuri. These are all four of these are from Maruhiro. Going for $1,000 each. Or I'll sell you the whole bowl. Any interest? These are knee size. These are 15 to 16 inch. No feedback? All right, we're going to move on. So I say we go into the other koi house. If someone wants to see something here, someone's interested, let me know. Thank you, Victor. All right. Trev, while we go over there, you want to move these guys over to their tanks? I'll show you when to bring them over. Just grab all the little guys first. They go in the little tank. Yeah. Let's show some other stuff. Just bring the camera over. What's the question? What? What is over there? Oh, okay. So what I have here, just about everything in this tank we'll do for $600. Start here first. I have a couple of fish left in here from before that we've discounted. You guys know we were discounting some fish. All these giant Hiutsuri, and these are big Hiutsuri, are going for $600 each. The Ochiba is the only fish that actually has to get moved. Let me know if you're interested. I also have a whole bunch of Kiutsuri in this next tank over. These guys are 800. Everything in here is 800 that you're looking at. There's some really nice Ginrin Ochiba. We have Benikikos in here. I have Kiutsuri. I have Ginrin Kiutsuri. I have some Showa in here. I have a Ginrin Kiutsuri in here. Let me know if there's anything you want me to pull up here. These guys are going for $800 each. All right, we're gonna go prepare next door. Any comments? Really, really nice Kinrin Ochiba, guys. Kinrin Kiyutsuri. The show are from Maruhiro. The Kiyutsuri are from Maruhiro. Got some fish from Aoki in here. All right. Thank you, Victor. All right, 2:26. We have 41 people on. We're going to move on over to the other house. Michael's bringing the camera over here. Just stepping in to the koi house. Next thing we're going to do is Suzuki. Michael's heading on over here in a minute. Just going to pull some of these Suzuki out for you. He's still over there. He was in there when you went in there. What? Are they the bigger ones?
They're bigger than that. Michael, where do you want these?
They can go right here. Right there, it's fine. Alright guys, so we're going to grab some Suzuki. If you guys are new to the show, welcome. So the Suzuki, these are from Suzuki-san, who is now retired. Can you hold this net up, someone, when you get a chance? Thank you. So, we've been selling a lot of these fish. These guys are super rare because they're from Suzuki, who is no longer breeding fish. And they're very, very nice doits. Super nice. We have Deutsch Concho Showa, Deutsch Showa, some Sure Surrey. These guys are going for $500 each. These are super nice fish, guys. If you're looking for a really nice Deutsch Showa, this is where they're at. You will not find Deutsch Surrey anywhere else in the country but right here at Koi Market. Deutsch Sanke. Okay. I don't know if Michael can get in on there. Trav, why don't you hold this net so Michael can show the customers the fish? So I am confident in saying that we have more Deutsch Showa than anyone else in the country. These are from Suzuki. These are very special. These guys are going for $500 each. You guys are picking early picks. I mean, we have been doing picks on these for a little bit now, but you're still getting very early picks on these fish. All right. Did you bring those other nets in here? They're over there. I can see that. Yeah, Michael's got the camera on the fish. Give me a second, guys. I'm just, I got some new nets for in here. Thank you. You want the umbrella, Michael? Yeah. These are very special Deutz from Suzuki. Suzuki is now retired. Let's begin. Alright, guys, these are that red. They're red. We have Tanto Showa, Deutz Kohaku, Deutz Showa. Number 1 is the Tanto Showa. Number 2 is the Kohaku. Number 3 is the Deutz Showa. These are $500 each. There are no sales on these, guys. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Do we have any takers? Number 1? Who's taking number 1?
Paul.
Alright, Paul, it's yours. Michael's a little grumpy today. He doesn't have any patience today. Alright, Travis, can you set up a soul? Oh no, we can actually just put them right into the soul tank. You good, Michael?
Yeah. Which one is it? Which
Alright, we're adding
Number 2.
number 2 is the Kohaku, number 3 is the Deutz Showa. I'm going to put a Deutz Shiro in here. Guys, you cannot get Deutz Shiro anywhere. I guarantee we're the only ones in the country that have Deutz Shiro. Alright. Starting the new numbering. Number 1 is the Deutz Shiro. Number 2 is the Showa. Number 3 is the Kohaku. Number 1, Deutz Shiro. Number 3, Deutz Showa. Number 1, Deutz Shiro. Number 2 is the Deutz Showa. Number 3 is the Deutz Kohaku. Don't hear anyone. Let's put another one in here. Let's see. Let's put a Deutz Tancho in there. The Tancho Showa, Deutz Shiro, Deutz Showa. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 is the Tancho, number 2 is the Deutz Shiro, number 3 is the Showa. 1, 2, and 3. They're $500 each. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Come on, guys. Number 1, 2, or 3. Going once. Going twice.
How big are they?
What was that?
How big are they?
These guys are 10 to 12. The one big one is the Kohaku. It's probably a 13-inch. 12 to 13. They're the last fish from Suzuki. Alright. Moving on. Guys, take a look at the ball. Is there something in the ball you want to see? Have the umbrella, Travis. Thank you. There are some of the reflections there so you can see them. Can you see them better, guys? Let me hear from you guys. You guys are definitely asking to see these.
So, lightning bolt and black and white.
Okay. We got a couple of black and whites, and then where is the lightning bolt?
It's okay.
Can I hold this strap? Where's the lightning bolt? Because I didn't see it. I still don't see it. This one here, you think? Good Sanke, definitely a lot of sumi coming up on this fish. And there are a couple of Shiro Utsuri, so I can put all the Shiro into...
That's what they want.
What?
They want a bunch of the Shiros in one net.
Okay. Alright, so I'll put some Shiros.
Jeff is asking if you can add another fish with his filter system.
Jeff Siegel?
Yeah.
Jeff Siegel, is that what he uses?
The answer is yes. With the new system you're getting, Jeff, the answer is yes.
I mean, how many fish did he buy so far?
You know, he's got a 4.25 bead filter going on there.
Lightning bolt is,
Oh, I thought you
looks
were
like
getting
it's
a
used
green
with white head.
All right, let me do the Shiro first. What other Shiro do we want in here? Huh?
That's not.
Hmm?
That's not.
No, it's got a little bit of Benny on it, so we'll take that one out. We've actually picked that one last week too. All right. Number 1. Number 2 has got the black dot on his nose. And number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3.
That's not.
Is that what I did? Number 1, number 2, and number 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, really? No, I thought I found that one.
1, 2, 3.
All right, we're starting numbering over because I screwed it up. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. So I don't like to have the same type of fish in the net at the same time. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Any takers going once? Number 1, number 2, or number 3. Deutscher Utsuri, super rare. You will not find any breeders doing these. Very difficult to get. Probably, I'm going to say, I'm positive these are the only ones in the country. Deutscher Utsuri.
Want to see the one with more black on the tail, not in the neck.
Well, this one has some Benny on it. It's got a spot of Benny on the side. And then there's another one right here. These are all the ones that we have. This one's got Benny on him. This one's super white.
The one with the Benny on it is the one we want.
Okay.
So the white likes that one, so I guess he's taking it.
Okay. It's yours. Thank you, Trav. There's a nice he showa. So the red showa. Okay. Number 1 is the he showa. Number 2 is the regular Deutsch showa. And number 3 is the black Deutsch showa. Number 1, number 2, and number 3.
Last one I talked about the lightning bolt.
Is this the lightning bolt?
Yeah, because it goes down all the way down.
That's the he showa right here.
Yep. Dana says 1.
All right, number 1 is yours. When I take the other 2 out, I'll put them back in afterwards. Guys, you're not going to see fish like this. Trav's going to grab this one, and we're going to go to the next one. He show up. All right, thank you. Next. Another he showa. Deutsch showa. I'm going to put this guy back because I think it's really nice. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 is you got 2 he showa and a regular Deutsch showa. Now I don't remember my number because they switched themselves around. Let's renumber them. Number 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. 1, 2, 3. Any takers? Lots of sumi coming up right here. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Any takers? Going once. Guys, we have free boarding, free layaway, free shipping when you spend $650 or more on Southwest Cargo. Packing and handling charge is $15 per box. Insurance is $1 for $100 spent. Any takers, guys? Going twice. Remember, guys, we also have our personal shopper. Our personal shopper allows you to do what we're doing here on a one-to-one basis. You guys can take a look at all of our fish one-on-one with us. We'll do the same thing with you over FaceTime, over Zoom, over Google Meet. Definitely works best on FaceTime. It allows us to have a much more intimate conversation with you one-on-one. And we'll show you everything we have. If no one's looking at anything else in here, we're going to move on. All right. With these guys. Is the water high enough? All right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right. What are we doing next? Tantra Goshiki, we could do platinums, we could do Yamabuki. I gotta look up the price on the Tantra Goshiki. So we have joint shower for mono. Okay. How much are the Goshiki? No. Sell it. We have more. What? Yeah, we'll pick one. You want to move that one? If we don't sell it, then we'll move it over. Okay. So, the mono, I think, are 1,000. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm checking on some pricing here. I know the AKAMUJI is 1,100. Trav, can you grab me that net, the little net? Is there one? Okay. So we have Tantra Goshiki, Ginrin Tantra Goshiki, a AKAMUJI Pearl, which is actually one of the fish that we did in the raffle. That's 1,100. So everything in this bowl is 1,000 except for the AKAMUJI, which is going for 1,100. Really nice Deutsch Showa. Really nice Goshiki. Really nice red Tancho spot. Guys, these are going to darken up. That's how Goshiki go. They are going to darken up. This is all going to darken up. Anything you'd like to see, guys? Really nice Deutsch Showa from Mono. Sakaguchi Pearl. Super rare. We did one of these in the raffle. Congratulations to Dan Nugent.
Do the pearls last.
Huh?
Do the pearls last. Okay, good and done.
Of course. Yeah, that doesn't go away. Yeah, the AKAMUJI Pearl from Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi is the only breeder in the world doing pearl. So you can see the difference. You got Ginrin scale right here, and you have pearl scale right next to it. Look at the difference. So the Ginrin scale, regular Ginrin scale, is the entire scale. On the pearl, the shine, the Ginrin is just in the center of the scale. Super rare. AKAMUJI's going for 1,100. Everything else in the bowl, the Deutsch Showa and the Tancho Goshiki, are going for 1,000 each. Let me hear from you guys. The Goshiki will darken up, guys. These are young Nisai. This Ginrin Goshiki, Tancho Goshiki is absolutely... I love Ginrin. Ginrin is just... I love Ginrin. It's just my... I love seeing it in the pond. I love when the sun hits the Ginrin scales. It shines. It just looks spectacular.
What's the difference between an AKAMUJI and a Benny?
You can see the white in the pectoral fins.
And how stable is the Tancho?
I think these are from Kano, one of the best Tancho breeders in the world. One of the best Tancho Goshiki breeders in the world. I think very stable, but you know what? Anything is possible. You can lose Tancho spot over stress. Things can happen. There's no guarantees on that. But Kano breeds a good fish. I mean, they're, like I said, they're one of the best breeders of Goshiki in the world. Why don't I'll bring up the first two. Ginrin Goshiki, Tancho Goshiki, and Tancho Goshiki. You can see it's already starting to darken up on this fish. Super, super red Benny Tancho spot. Ginrin on this Goshiki is spectacular. These guys are $1,000 each. Any takers? Let me hear from you guys.
Oh, Dina will take the pearl.
Okay, the pearl is yours. Good pick. Any takers on these Goshiki guys? Take a look at the bowl. Deutsch Showa are really, really nice. These Deutsch Showa are every bit of 16 to 17 inch. Going for $1,000. The pearl is taken. I do have a couple more pearl I have to make sure I take out one for the raffle, but I think I have a few left. Let me hear from you guys. All right, am I putting these guys back? I don't know what that is.
The rose. Looks like a rose.
From something. All right, any comments before I put these guys back? Nope. Okay. Some super nice goshiki. No one's jumping on these. What was that? Can't believe no one jumped on these ponchos. Okay. You guys want me to take out another pearl? Let me see how many I have. I think I have 3 left in here. What? Yeah.
Somebody wants one as well, but it has to be female.
All right. Well, we'll take a look. Michael, are they all female? Are we left? Michael, are they all females listed on the page? They may all be female. Huh? Doesn't say. Okay. Are you sure it doesn't say females in the description? I seem to remember them all being females, but just 1 second, guys. Yeah, they're all female. Guys, the whole box of AKAMUJI that I purchased are all female. I only have a couple left of these. Huh? Yeah, I know. Alright, so let's put this one in for the raffle. You want to take a picture? You don't have to take a picture. It's just... Okay. I think I only have 2 left, guys. Maybe 1. Maybe none. Here's 1. I believe I have 2 left. This is the raffle fish right here. Michael's taking a photo of. I sold a bunch of them. Yeah, put the camera on that so so people aren't looking at the ground. Huh? We have another one in here that's sold? Okay. I think I have one left. This one's big. Yeah, I'll take a look. Alright, these are the last two AKAMUJI. You grab me the knee pad, wherever that is. Oh, I got it.
And they're not the last one. Every one of those sold.
Huh? One of these is sold.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
I got you.
What about that?
Yeah, it's a healed scar.
So then I'll give it a look at that. This one's sold.
This one is?
I'll do that one. What is sold?
Alright, so take the one out that's sold. I mean, so take this one, because this one's he's got a mark on his tail, so I'll discount this one. So this is the one that they're taking. Huh? You want this one?
That's the one we were trying to sell.
Okay, alright. I thought you were going to pull that one out, but okay. So guys, I have this one left. This is the last Sekiguchi pearl I have left. And you can see here it has a mark on the tail, which was probably a wound at some point, which is all 100% healed here. That's all healed. I'll do this one because he's got the mark on it for 900. Big female. This one's 900. This one's sold. And that's the last of the Sekiguchi pearls for this season. Any takers on this big Sekiguchi female for 900. No one's talking. How many people we have on? 32 people on. After these we're gonna do the platinums, and then we're done for the day. All right. Any takers? We're discounting this pearl, the Sekiguchi pearl. He had a spot that was healed up, probably from the farm. because it looks like it had an old wound on it. That one's going for $900. These guys are normally $1,100. This one is sold. This one's still available. I'm taking $200 off. If someone wants this one, it's $900. Going once. Going twice. All right, it's going back. All right, we're gonna do the platinums. If you're looking for a bigger platinum, guys, I have, I believe, 2 big platinums. Maybe I'll show it after this. These platinums are $800 each. 15 to 16 inch. I have a few left. These sold like crazy. Check these guys out. Absolutely gorgeous. The whitest white Yamacho Koi Farm. Going for $800 each. Do we have any takers? Chad, can you set up a bowl behind me? Yeah, I want to pull them out and the Kieran. I'll pull one platinum out and the 3 Kieran that are left.
How big?
What was that?
How big?
These guys are 15 to 16 inch. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the best platinum breeder in all of Japan. These are $800. I have to check. Okay.
Quick snap.
Huh?
Quick snap.
Yeah, put the, just put that down. I didn't see anything. Definitely acting like a male. But nothing? Could be female. Not seeing any milk coming out. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing the best we can do to check. They're looking female. There's no guarantees on gender, but they're looking female. Who's asking?
Dan.
Hey, Dan. Any takers going once? Going twice? Those are $800 each. 15 to 16 inch Ginner and Platinum from Yamacho, the best platinum breeder in the world. Absolutely gorgeous Ginner and Platinums. Any takers before I put these back? All right. I always want to make sure that I'm showing you something new with every show. So, Travis is grabbing a couple of fish here for me. I have some super rare fish from Wada Koi Farm. And I have a big platinum from Tanaka. There's definitely there's a poncho in there.
People baiting me.
We'll have a look at these while we catch this one last one. You don't have them there.
He's in the corner. I see him underneath the mohawk.
Are you able to look up the price on those? These the Kieran are 1,100, I believe. I can't remember the price on the platinum. It's a big platinum Sansai. These are Kieran. It's a new breed, came out a couple of years ago from Wada Koi Farm. Wada is the only breeder of Kieran. There's a big platinum Sansai from Tanaka, actually going for 4,000.
There's another platinum in here too, no?
Yeah, there's two in there.
You want the other one?
No.
No.
Just looking for the Tancho Kieran that I have. I do know that the Tancho Kieran is a male. So I was going to try another couple of seconds here. What do you guys think of these? Need help? Is Paul still on? You know? Paul Kubinski, you still on? I'll show you those Maohide Kohaku if you want to see them. Alright, you know what? I'm not going to stress these guys out anymore. Any questions, comments, guys? Otherwise, I think we're going to call it for today. There's a big 20, I mean, this platinum is 20 inches plus. The Kieran are 17 to 18, what? 24? Big platinum. The Kieran are 18 to 19 inch. All right, I think we're going to call it for today. 3:30. They're on for a long time. I hope you guys had a good time on the show. All right, let's put these guys back. I want to thank everyone. I hope you enjoyed the raffle. Next weekend, we'll pick the next raffle fish. Any ideas on the raffle fish from anything you saw here, let me know. I'm happy to, work with you guys. And any questions, you can reach me. 516-547-0164 is my cell. You can text me. You can call me. You can email me at sales@coinmarket.com. Check out the personal shopper, guys. If you guys are interested in seeing all of our fish, I mean, you only saw a small, very small percentage of what we have available. Happy to go into it with more detail. Sign up for the personal shopper. Go to coinmarket.com. Click on personal shopper. Pick a date, pick a time, and we're happy to do a one-on-one session with you. Have a great weekend, stay warm, and see you next week.